Maryland to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat get found crazy like my brother to the spoon.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, riding the Southie man. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, to the spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening more than to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Panjama, Maryland to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat get found crazy like my brother to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update to the spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba.
And I tell you, it doesn't matter where you are.
It
doesn't matter where you're joining us from. It doesn't matter the part of the world you find yourself. You can always tune to Spoon. You can always know what's happening in Liberia. You can always engage with the policymakers. You can have your say in the national discourse. And of course, add your voice or your voices to making Liberia better. I'd like to welcome you on this historic day. Of course, on the day when Liberians are celebrating another win for the country, non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. In the heat of the celebration and everything going on, I'd like to welcome you to another edition of the program, Spoon Talk. This is Liberia's #1 talk show on radio and online. This is where you get the news, the analysis, the views of Liberians. You get to engage with the policymakers. Bring you all in one full package here every single day, making sure that you're informed, that you're speaking to the issue, that we can get the national conversation going.
in Africa.
My name is Nelson Collier. We're live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1. And thanks to all of our partner radio stations across Liberia that are relaying this program, making it possible for Liberians across the length and breadth of this country to get the information in real time. Thanks to Trust FM in Bombay County, Premier FM in Bunk, Friend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Seklipi, Niba County, a host of other radio stations across the country. I will sometimes relay the program even without telling us. we appreciate all of you for being a part of this journey. And I want to welcome you in a very special way to another edition of the program tonight, Spoon Talk. Thanks to our online audience, the thousands of you who make up time every single day to join us across our social media handles as we bring the issues to you. Thanks to all of you joining us on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, Super TV on Facebook, and to the many of you joining us on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, our YouTube handle. We want to appreciate you for joining us tonight. It's going to be a fascinating discussion tonight, spirited conversation coming up, very informative, analytical show coming your way as well. So the best you can do for us tonight is to share the program. It doesn't matter where you are, just go on the social media handles, share the program on your Facebook, on your YouTube, on your different social media handles, in your WhatsApp chat room. Let's have a great conversation tonight. As we always do, the first segment of the program is dedicated to you, our valued listeners or viewers across the world, to talk about the different issues that are of concern to you. What is it you want to talk about tonight? Is it about health, education, politics, sanitation? Do you want to talk about religious issues? Or you just want to talk about some of the real issues confronting you? This is a perfect opportunity to all of you across the world to call in and say what is it that is of concern to you. All right, so the numbers to call tonight: 0555 101075, 0555 101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program. 0555 101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program. I'm going to put the WhatsApp up as well, so in case you want to make a point via WhatsApp, you can do just that by calling the WhatsApp number up here. Call us on WhatsApp only on that particular number, and you'll be live tonight. So we'll go to the phone lines now and take your calls. 0555 101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program. This is Spoon Talk. Hello, you're live.
Yeah, good evening, Nancy Koda.
Good evening, sir. Your name and where you call from?
My name is Peter today. Come on, you are radio man calling on Station number 4.
Zeze, what's on your mind?
Yeah, what's on my mind? I want to appreciate His Excellency President Joseph Human Progression, the best president of the Republic of Liberia for hard work. At least today we are happy on a regain. Liberia won a non-permanent seat. 181 country voted for Liberia. Oh man, the president is so blessed. I want to tell the president, thank you. Congratulations to you, Mr. President. And congratulations to the Foreign Affairs Minister for hard work. I saw her crying today. I said, yeah, I felt so funny. I said, yeah, the president was young and they turned Liberia gone far. So I want to say thank you to the Excellency President Joseph Human Progression. Don't mind the North from the opposition that I join the critics are. To the work for the Liberia People Party. And let me say bravo to the mayor of Pinville, Robert Desmond, the best mayor ever in Liberia, the best mayor ever seen. Pinville City Mayor, Robert Desmond. Thank you for your hard work. Keep on your hard work.
Thank you very much for your input. 0555 101075 is the number to call. Hello, your name and where you call from?
I'm having calling.
Having what's on your mind? Let's hear you.
The issue is still there concerning the non-permanency. The president will not even able to acknowledge the predecessor that was able to get ECOWAS vote to even nominate Liberia for ECOWAS, the whole ECOWAS, to choose Liberia, let me put it in simple English, as their own country that will carry in that election. Because there must be something to do, somebody that push it for it to work. Well, President, we have mentioned that thing in 2020. The president, we are already talking about election, what will be 2025, 2026. But today it comes to pass. The former foreign minister, Dimaswa Kimia, as he said on the radio on Spoon FM the other night, he said there will be no reason why the Liberia will not be voted, because why? With the everything we get, everybody on board be able to get this seat. So the government should have acknowledged the former foreign minister, the former president.
Thank you.
But no problem. And so the at the JFA, the community come with big memo Everything okay, all work resume. Everybody that was taking treatment should start. That fault is misleading. The government just did that for people to get off their back. But I can challenge you, go there tomorrow. Go there tomorrow and go see people.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. Let's hold you there. We have a lot of people on the line, so let's take this call from the WhatsApp. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Good evening, Nelson. Good evening, and let me say congratulations to the people of Liberia. This is Winston Cooper, and I join you this evening from Rwanda, Kigali.
Mr. Cooper, what's on your mind?
Yeah, Nelson, I just want to say congratulations to all Liberians, and the fact that today one of the greater hope of all Liberians have come to pass. I'm calling on all Liberians for us to see this thing as a win for all Liberians, for all political parties, for all former presidents, and the current president of the Republic of Liberia. Let us all work together to uphold dignity of this position. United we stand, divided we fall, and Liberia is one country with one destination. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. 0555-101075. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Lasana Sankar. I'm joining you from Boys Time.
Lasana, what's on your mind?
Basically, I want to take this time to appreciate one of Liberia's founders, the greatest man to ever live in Liberia, former President George Manneh. We are for setting the basis for good development and good governance in this country. Today, the nation is celebrating because of him. He fought for that in 2023. Liberia went unopposed. That means he appealed to the other African nations that no should go against Liberia and accepted that we were on web battle. Today we become secure because of President. We are, for President Bwaga not recognizing George Manneh, we are that is a fact that Bwaga is an evil president, a president who keep a grudge, and someone who bears few grudges in mind will not be successful at any time soon. I want to appreciate President. We are.
Thank you very much for your input. This person, hello, let's hear you.
Yeah, Nelson, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you. I'm Lawrence Spencer, and I join you from Johnson Township.
Lawrence, you want to be audible a bit? What's on your mind? Let's hear you.
Yeah, am I better now?
I think so. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah. So like I said, I'm Lawrence Spencer, and I'm in Johnson. So basically, I want to say thank God for our country. I want to say thank God, and I appreciate all well-meaning citizens. I will use their various Facebook pages to promote their cause. I want to say thank you to you, thank you to the government, thank you to the past government, thank you to our permanent citizens like Mr. Cummings and other people in the opposition who also make it their business to our voice to campaign for this seat. So I mean, I always say the government should use this position to bring opportunities to Liberia. Not just Liberia to Africa, because it is important that over 100 in the one country said yes, we have the confidence in Liberia can come represent other nations on the continent of Africa to make their first heard. So
thank you.
It's an opportunity for us, and I would then want to say congratulations to the country. Thank you, Nelson.
Thank you very much. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Good evening, Nelson.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Thank you. This is Danda Kede. I call you from OCBO.
What's on your mind, sir?
The thing on my mind, I want to speak to my president, President Gorge. Let God bless you. Your need is President Gorge. Whosoever that will use any platform in the country for them to wish you evil. That president, they are great. You know, they start on the opportunity for straight to council of churches. We are not coming here to address the nation. We beg you. You're not politician. You are not politician. So I very wonder will be putting more on you on there. Then you have to accept your kind of really station. You apologize to the churches, to the zero churches in the country. That's the only way we take more for all.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. Thanks a lot. Hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear you.
Good evening, Nelson.
Yes, sir.
This appointment is I get to tell our CEO. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, sir. I'm listening.
Yeah. No, I love CEO and I love CEO to be careful with the guys and the physicians that come on this show. because the Gazans, they coming, they the simple, let's Kev Hassan, La on CEO, and they are coming again because they see all kinds of things they have to store, the government them. Because when something happens, they say, oh, that is CEO, that water spoon, because the station will be listening for a long time.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thanks a lot for your input tonight. 0555-101075. What's on your mind? What is it you want to talk about tonight? The opportunity is yours to express yourselves on the different issues of concerns tonight. Let's know what your thoughts are. Hello, your name and where you call from.
Good evening, Melvin.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Thank you. This is the voice of Elijah Nwopuna, and I joined the conversation from station number 6, Monserrado County this evening.
Let's hear you, Elijah.
And River Melvin, why it is true, we appreciate God for the opportunity afforded us to be representing Africa on the international scene. I want to use this medium to appeal to Honorable the President Joseph Mapwaka, to at least acknowledge the fact that former President Trump, we have started this process. Trust me, for the we're never going to be at peace, or Liberia we were never going to be at peace. We were never going to acknowledge President. We are shouldn't able to say, or the government shouldn't able to say, the failure was accumulated about itself.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. 0555-101075. Hello.
Yeah, Nelson, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Let's hear you.
Okay. Nelson, Festus Levy calling for the SKD Boulevard.
What's on your mind, sir?
What's on my mind is you not proceeding the right way on the show, Nelson. At least you be able to guard the show. But somebody will not come on the show and address the person as an evil person, and which the person cannot prove, and you allow that person to go in peace. Somebody will not address you like that, and you allow it
so,
to go.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah.
I understand your point, and I respect your view as well. But the essence of this segment is for folks to express themselves. That's his view. That's what he thinks. It doesn't make it the fact. And so we should respect every individual's view.
Yeah, equally so. We should also guard the show. Okay, now we're standing. The second thing here is that this show here is losing respect. I will not lie to you, because I see that a lot of people leaving this show going to class reloaded, in the sense that the people now, the CEO bringing on the show, I mean, I'm sorry to say they are not making sense. Thank you.
We respect your view, sir. Thank you. Hello.
Hello, Nelson.
Let's hear you.
Yeah, I want to tell our President Joseph Baka, thank you for the seat that Liberia won today, the UN. And I want to tell the physician, just stop posting George Weah picture like a George Weah who won the seat. Just stop beating. Let's give the Papa praise. Let's tell him thank you for what you've done for UN to recognize Liberia. So that's my input tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. This person, hello? Hello?
Good evening, Nelson.
Good evening, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
Andre Danuwalite from Farm 40, Congo Town.
Okay.
You know, I just want to appreciate Liberia so much for winning that seat. At least Liberia will be somewhere tomorrow. Liberia is among the decision makers of Africa.
Okay.
You see, we are going off. Liberia is of the decision making in Africa. So in Africa, of voice or whatever will be heard.
Okay.
So I want to tell the government, thank you very much for doing that. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melvin.
Thank you very much. Let's take the WhatsApp call. Hello, let's hear you.
Yeah, bro. Nancy, how you doing?
I'm okay, sir. It's good to have you on.
The name is Jared Toby. I'm calling from Springfield, Mass.
Okay. What's on your mind?
Let me say bravo to Ms. Marlene RRB, for a good friend. Congratulations to all BA opposition whose position we all made it. People who self are enemy towards Liberia now they are seen. So bravo to the entire team.
Thank you.
My prayer for the country to be better for everyone. Sure, Liberia will be better again. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thanks a lot for your input tonight. As we take more calls. Mr. Doe, welcome to the show. I see you are in full gear tonight. We're gonna take more calls.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to be here, Adam, my man, and hi to my people. Why you calling the call?
Your name and where you joining?
Good evening, Nathan.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Nice to hear you.
Yeah, I'm Oscar Zigman calling from Gombakere, Nimba County.
Oscar, it's good to have you.
First of all, I would say congratulations to Liberia for winning the permanent seat on United Nations.
Non-permanent seat.
But next thing, what on my mind has to do with the economy of this country.
Okay.
Next thing, we have done, Liberia have done well by winning that seat today. But I want the government of Liberia to put a seat on ground. Reason that let's say we Liberians can pay this economy, this country, not the foreigner, not the aliens. But I have overseen all the time that the aliens and the foreigners are taking the economy to themselves. And the government is not doing nothing to watch it. When you tell some of them who are working with Minister of Labor, the big thing they can tell you is that the government is trying to generate more for the aliens because Liberia can pay tax and the aliens can pay more money. So the government can tell us. It's getting very slow. So I'm begging the government to put a seat on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. This person, hello, your name and where you call from?
My name is Anthony Wule. I'm calling for Plonka.
Anthony Wule, go ahead. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind is the behavior of the government towards the pensioners, the GOL pensioners. 3 months now, they can't pay. How do you expect people to survive? With all the international game they're making, we will die. We have to be living. You got to try to pay our pension money. That is what on my mind.
Okay. Very much for your input tonight. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
My name is Mo Baba calling from Coca-Cola Factory, district number 3.
Mr. Baba, what's on your mind?
Yeah, congratulations to my country and congratulations to all Liberians. You see, they here and I one person blessing here that all when you go somewhere they say that Liberians, someone will say yes. Oh, the country that was elected on the UN Council, we always share that glory. So congratulations to my country. So to no politics. Someone I thought I think that is target. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, sir. From the WhatsApp line.
Thank you. This is in a good position between the two. Well, let me extend appreciation to.
No, sorry, your line is bad. Please change your location and call back, sir, please. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Yes, sir.
I'm calling for Togo Village.
Yeah, go ahead.
King Labro loves Labro. One of the best presidents ever Labro gets. One of the men who wants to see Labro America. The president who wants to see all his citizens to be happy. I love that. We against our holiday. Bro, obey. You will put you to go there. And here, my mind is our representative in this district. Sometimes, we are your call talking. We always talking in one, but you're the journalist who go our community there. Watch your factory. They're not doing illegal thing, money.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot for your input. So we take more of your calls. 0555 101075. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you. Seku for one in
Seku, what's on your mind?
I really want to thank
Okay. Your line is terrible, sir. I think you have to change your location and call back. Hello.
Yeah, hello, brother.
Yes, you are live. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, this is Rico calling you from Panelists.
What's on your mind?
Well, I would like to appreciate all Liberians today for what happened, and also the president and the former president who equally so came out and told Liberians we should avoid politics and look forward to Liberia winning a seat. Albeit, there are certain things in life. If you cannot use your wisdom to put things in order, obviously people will look at why you consider it not right, which is the politics that people try to enforce. Only one statement today we have come from the president of this country, President Boyka, to recognize former President George Weah for the efforts that he has made for us to get this seat. And through that, we're going to be united. The things you're hearing tonight, you will not be hearing it. But instead of calling Joseph Jimmy Brown 200 plus years ago, then all of these things, they didn't know even how this thing happened. To recognize Weah and recognizing J.J. Rawa, it's just a form of ingrate to the country. And that's why you see talking like the way they're talking. And as the president of the nation, he's the father, he should do things so that we all can be united and bring this country to one global happiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Nursing.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, nursing is small about years ago. The speaking community nursing. Thank you so much, nursing. I appreciate you so much. Nursing, today is a happy day for Liberia. We thank God, thank you to see the wonderful this summer. Every day we call and pray to God for the president to succeed. We try to tell the president, Barack, thank you so much. We just try to tell the people at General President Barack government. I just sample. We try to just come together without being a nation. Because the bless the president voted for you honor the son. That thing. You see a lot of that happen in this country here. We just want to tell them. So President Barack, thank you so much for your hard working. God will bless you. Here your body there went down there, you do everything. And the people, the whole nation, they voted for Liberia. And Liberia get almost how much percentage? So we're trying to tell God, thank you so much for the president we voted for. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate President Barack hard working. Thank you so much.
Thanks a
Hello,
lot for your input. Hello.
Yeah. Good evening, my brother.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
I'm Jerry. I'm calling from District 9, FE.
Jerry, what's on your mind?
Yeah, what is on my mind to this evening, my brother? Let me be bold to you tonight. See, we voted this government into power through this station. Look, let me take out the cap tonight. My brothers and who calling on this station that this station is packing with opposition. We were there when only one man was there who was, how they call it, and we beat on him and we win them. And today, they're there. What keeping our brother and our there? Either because money getting in their pocket today, they don't want to appear down there. Because they corrupt and we sorry, God will so rain on the rain and sun for their business. They're making money today, they're eating the country money and we are suffering. So they don't want to do anything. They don't want to come to that station. Let us sit down. Let the opposition go there and do what they want to do. Let them talk what they want to talk. Then they're sitting down there when they get a crawl to eat. Then they can't talk, say, and nobody will go on and sit down and do that. What does someone do that? Thank you, my brother.
Thank you for your input tonight. This person. Hello. All right. So let's see if we go to the WhatsApp. Take this person. Hello. Again, we lost that person. Hello. Okay, so we'll come this way. Hello, your name and where you come from?
Hello, good evening to Spring FM family and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia and good evening to you dear Nursing College Studio in Liberia.
Yes, sir. Good evening
this
to
is
you.
Alfonso
Yeah, Alfonso, go ahead, sir. Just go
What
straight to the
actually on my mind, I'm just grateful and so happy that God has also done it again for Liberia. History has dated again, and we are not as a historical country in the world, Liberia. We are not a small country. So I'm happy for us to win the non-permanent security council seat in the world. So I'm very grateful at this time in point.
Thank you.
God loves this nation, and we are great people as a Liberians. But we don't want to put ourselves together to work collectively and make our country better. But all of us I will say they love all. Also, we have a good counterparts. We have a good multilateral agreement in the world. No, when it comes to history, Labra is noted for that. We all went to school and we know the history of this country.
Thank you.
We are very little when it comes to land scale, but when it comes to the title in the world, Labra is very much better than other countries. Look at today, Kenya, our opponent, how we eliminated them. So, Nathan, I'm very happy in totality.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
grateful, God. Thank you for Liberia again. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Nelson. James P. Namu.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, all my mom to know, Nelson, is the same money company at Tower Hill, Marshall, and Apple. So then Marshall Lab, but the same money company.
How?
You just start our level law. And I will push it beyond our level law. You say level in your pocket, they go in your pocket. You know, I will speak you have an issue with the management now. So tomorrow, I think you come in there, we are Joe Grace, you'll be coming there, they'll settle the problem. Actually, we're suffering. If we suffer for 5 years, there's no benefit. And we're push your man, you'll be talking about say, about going your pocket in front of the president, so the government is in your pocket. So when we want to spoon, we'll just put the same team there tomorrow. We're begging you, Nelson.
So you said what's your name again?
James B. Namu.
Okay, James B. Nambo.
Yeah, and the GPO.
Okay, James B. Nambo.
Yeah.
All right, James.
After that, we're suffering. We're begging you. And pick on the A. Pick on see for yourself tomorrow, Nelson.
Okay. James, thanks a lot for participating in the program tonight. We appreciate you. Thanks a lot for your input. We appreciate you.
Okay.
Hello, your name and where you call from?
Nelson, this is Byron G. Timber Jr. I'm calling from the great state of Rhode Island. To be precise, Providence.
Go ahead, sir. You're live.
Nelson, we see what we can do if we work together as Liberians. We have to come together as Liberians and work together to make our country great. That's the only thing will move us forward. Whoever the president, we all have to put our hands around the president, and no matter what your party is, and work together. And that's what will happen if everybody work together. Great things can happen for the country. Thank you, my brother. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, sir, for your input tonight. We take this person. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, the name remains Sam B. Dan. Honorable Dan joining from Johnson Hill this evening. And good evening to the good people of District number 8 Neva County.
Yes,
you see, to tell you to be very frank, I'm so excited that we have achieved this non-permanent seat. They are giving most youth to protest on the 17th of July. To put the government to test, to understand and realize if this government means well for this country. We're going to protest in U.S. and in Liberia, and the international community will know that yes, we are serious. And it's a test to the government. If it will shoot us, the international community will be watching and observing you. We have most youth. They are therefore most youth to protest. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input tonight. This person. Hello. Hello. You want to walk away from a radio, please? Hello.
Hello, Gazi.
Yeah, hello. You are live. Let's hear you, sir.
Panelists, calling the Car City this evening.
What's on your mind?
Calling the Car City this evening.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
I just want to appreciate all the viewers, be it opposition, not opposition, but today, that was on a map in the world. What he said, 1961, I'm going to be corrected. 64 years ago, and Liberia is no permanent seat. I'm going to say, former President John, former President James Ferry, thank you, and the rest of all of Liberia who contributed to tell you how far we are reached. So it's a boost for everyone. Additionally, let me appreciate the government again for connecting our freedom road infrastructure. Let's see Kakara and see our road. Kakara and see the police is up to spinner. To tell you the government again extremely well. And you could have everyone else support the government. Thank you so much for giving me
Thanks a lot for your input. We go ahead and take another person here. But you can keep your calls coming to 0555-101075. And you'll be live on the program tonight. All right, so I have the final caller here. Let me just squeeze this person in. I see the CEO has joined in. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
come on here quickly. Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Gerard Bagwan. I call from Kingsville. What is on my mind is that I wish the government would reference President. We are even though some of us voted against him, but let's be frank. With all that I say, I even listening to many government officials today, Eugene Facon and other people. They do not reference the effort that we have made. He laid the groundwork for the success that we have had today. I think I want to go to acknowledge his effort along with his government. Who knows, tomorrow President Bongai will not be there. He may start something that others will have to follow on. Suppose that time reaches and nobody can recognize his effort that he made. I think it's not good. They need to recognize the effort that President we have made. President we are, I mean, you heard his speech when he was able to rally the supposed African to even plan their points to Liberia a bid for what we have achieved here. But they did not treat him fairly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So,
you want to call it? I said it's surprising. You were here early. Why?
I love Nelson. I love Nelson so much. I wanted to be sure that Nelson and I are together.
No, but it's very surprising though. You're scaring me. I said, are you okay?
Once Nelson is okay, I'm okay actually.
Nelson, this is concerning. The guy he on the show early, man.
One United Party man tell me say, hey, the whole thing winning the UN or council seat, jobs coming waste in Liberia. I said, I'm going on the show soon now, so I can get some of the jobs that coming waste.
Is it job coming to waste in Liberia?
Yeah, they got called me and said job coming waste in Liberia. I said, okay, I want to show soon to get some of the job.
We hope, man. We pray for a better Liberia now, you know. But that's where you're going. Come back, that's where you're really going.
Nelson, my man, when I call you, want to take you running. You got a problem.
Why are you really going, Nelson?
No, we are cool.
Why Isaac can move? Nelson, move Isaac, point into your position. Let's see. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do too. So I tried going in the background to see if I will come back and something, but
my man, my stuff.
Okay, so let me go out and come back in. Let me see.
No, you all right. Don't bother to go out and come back. Don't run away, please. You okay? You try to do that scandal. Listen, why are you taking a bee? I'm an open dude. You try to scare me, Nelson. Yeah.
So the way you can cross me from the thing, and I can be laughing.
Cross me from thing.
If somebody take one step, you already 2 steps ahead. What,
Yeah, because you gotta be an open man. But that's why we stopped. We got 2 more minutes. I just gonna say 2 things we'll talk about today. Now we play music, Nelson, are you? I say you play music. I say you play music, bro. You're on the show. You're on the show. I say I know you want to celebrate this victory for Labrador today, but please, let go place on the teacher.
But Stanton, how wouldn't I celebrate? I mean, 3.8 million I don't spend on a white ballot. I mean, we should.
My man, I will celebrate. You can do your own. I'll do my own. I will celebrate. I'm looking for the music real quick because I have to celebrate. It's a great day for Labrador today.
Anyone that don't celebrate, they probably don't love Liberia. But 3.8 million, man, 3.8 million to us.
I don't know where you get your 3.8 million news from, though.
Well, there's the journalist on the place here, Nelson. I'm a politician.
And we should just announce that Mame is the one.
Nelson now should be the one.
Mame is the one moderating tonight.
Nelson should be the one going now to say, "Oh, Isaac Dozier spent 3.8 million people getting the documents," and you see that.
Yeah. Nelson, Mame moderating tonight. Two things on the agenda. One, CDC eviction. They said CDC will move.
in 8 business days, and 2, the non-permanent seat. But I'm concerned about CDC. Where City go see it going? You know, I say, I mean, forgive me, I gotta laugh, you know, but where's CDC going, Isaac?
Well, I hope CDC can go somewhere. It is not a good time to be asked to leave. It is the man's property. We've not been arguing that. We recognize that. That's not a major thing.
No, the man is not asking you to leave. The man is saying to you, I say you got a bad feedback, my brother.
No, it's not me, Nelson. You can.
That's not Nelson. That's you. You got something on. You're gone.
I don't have anything on.
Mute yourself.
Is this still coming?
Yeah, mute yourself. It's gone. Without hearing anything, we're good.
Oh wait, but is it still coming though? I won't go off and come back.
Yes.
Let me go off and come back in because I don't have anything.
Yeah. So I got a photo over here, right? Of a CDC Nelson. On a serious note, they gave CDC 10 days. And you got a document? You got a letter, right, Nelson?
Yeah, I saw the letter.
No, Nelson. We don't have the letter. You got a letter, right? I'm laughing at something. They said CDC should go. And then what happened again? Guys, we want to welcome all of you to the show. And they're not permanent seat today. We want to know what the people think. A great day for Liberia and everybody from start to finish. Everybody, everybody, you know, that took part in this thing from the past administration to now, bravo. Yeah, we have to say it like we see it. I'm looking for this music real quick. I know, Nelson, you turn it off. We want to hear from the people about this. This is a great day for Liberia. On a serious note, we want to hear from the people. We want to hear from them. This is a great day for the country, for Liberia to have a non-permanent seat. That's a big day for the country. And I think all Liberians should celebrate. All Liberians, regardless of your party affiliation, you should be happy. All Liberians should be happy. I don't know who would not be happy for this victory. You know, it started with President George Mana. It ended with President Bwaka. Victory for all. Victory for all, right, Nelson?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, victory for all. You know, everybody has something to do with it. Everyone has something to do with it. So that's a great day, and we should appreciate the fact that great leaders step up when it was needed, and Liberia is considered as a non-permanent member. That's a great thing. That's a great thing. So I don't want to hear nothing. Don't tell me anything. For me, I don't want to hear anything, Nelson. I don't want to hear it started with Joe. It started with President Bwaka. We spent 3.8 million. We spent 10 million. I don't want to hear it. My position tonight, Liberia win. That's my position. I mean, you can play your politics, but my position tonight, Liberia for 2 years, Liberia will be non-permanent member for 2 years. And everybody should say congratulations to Liberia. It is not about President George Mana, the former. It is not about President Joseph Yima Bwaka, the current. It is not about D. Maxwell Kamaya, the former Foreign Affairs Minister. It is not about Cyril Besley Yanti, the current Foreign Affairs Minister. No. It's about Liberia. And we say thanks to all those that got themselves involved. So wherever you find yourself, you can play your politics, that's fine. But I just want to say to you, as we get deeper in this conversation, 2 things we're discussing tonight: the non-permanent seat, and the next one, why CDC leaving the party headquarters. Don't give me an argument tonight. If anybody argue with me tonight, I'm out of this show. That's it. You have never seen it before. If anybody argue with me tonight, the only thing I want people coming here to say, thank God we won the non-permanent seat. I don't want anybody telling me, say, hold up, President Wea, they didn't call President Wea ni, they didn't call Bwaka ni, hold up, Bwaka spent $5 billion, whatever it took us as Liberian. I said, don't look at me. Whatever it took us as Liberian to win this seat, we have put our hands up and said, thank you, Lord. Now we can negotiate with bigger and higher strength. Now we can negotiate for the better part of Liberia. Now we can push our own agenda. Now we can push and make our cases. Don't tell me about your yama yama. No, not today. Hey, I said, don't go. Hey, I said, don't go. Because I'm going with fire. You know, when they were announcing this thing, we woke up early in the morning, and brother, I said, I'll let you talk though. We woke up early in the morning, and let's listen briefly. When we started showing you, we get 10 more minutes, but listen.
The result, the Assembly will resume its consideration of sub-item A of Agenda Item 114 entitled Election of Non-Permanent Members of the Security Council. The result of the voting is as follows. Group A, African and Asia Pacific states, 3 seats.
Everybody kept their finger crossed, and we get it. Everyone. We had hope. We knew we were going to win this thing. We knew this thing was finished. We were just waiting for the final whistle to be blown. You know when you get a good player in the game, good player that started the game, but they got injured in the 80th minute, and we had to take them off the field. Guys, no. This is not laughing thing. We have some good players in the game. They were negotiating. They were doing the Meswesef and Meswesef cross-falling. They were doing the one-on-one tower. They were doing the Yanipepe, Papa. But they got injured. We had to replace them. And then Liberian people took them off the field. Then we brought in people that were in good health. And they ended the game. They ended the game, and we won the game. So who won? Liberia, the team Liberia won. Whether you play 15 minutes, whether you play first half, whether you play second half, my fellow Liberians, I'm here to tell you today, Liberia won. And because Liberia won, we are here today to discuss issue. That's one thing I'm flipping around. People that are reaching up, this thing not flipping. Look, the way you come, that how you position now, I don't understand this other string here. But again, I will say this to you, Liberia won. If I'm making a mistake, my fellow Liberian, please tell me. We started the game. Who were those players that started this game? The captain at the time was George Manawia, the former president. The number 8 or number 10 was D-Max Kamea. We can list them. Fubi, we had some good players on the field, but they got injured, Fubi. I saw ankle problem. I saw nosebleed. Some of them couldn't walk. We had to take them out of the field, right, Fubi? We came in with a 4-2-4 strategy, and we got to replace them. And the Liberian people replaced them. But then we had to input other players to come in the game, to end the game, because at that time, we were 1-0. Who knows? Who knew? And other people came in. From nowhere, I saw Kwakulakwa coming in. Nowhere. Kwakulakwa was coming in. Slow but steady. Kwakulakwa. And what happened? Guess what happened? The message I was scored a magic goal. He brought in Sarah Best Loyalty. So all the but people in the program, man. Let's celebrate and discuss something else. Team Liberia won. But tonight, I can tell you this though. After we discuss the non-permanent seat, where is CDC going? 10 days, June 10. June 10, Councilor Momo, the lawyer for the Dempster family that we're Richardson, is saying that CDC should be out by June 10. So my fellow Liberians, ladies and gentlemen, that's why you turning the thing off, man. Let me bring in my brother Asset Do while we start. Oh, we got 5 more minutes. And Nelson just off and on. I don't know what you're beginning me do. Nelson, please don't go off for the sake of good heaven. And I want to say to all of you, it's interesting that you join us, share the show. Otelo Grace share the show. Congrats, Robertson Zoa share the show. Voices of Lawalazo. Beatrice Tiple Popu is here with us. The first lady can dance. Yes, she can dance. Josephine Toze, that's the name. I think I know this lady from Pennsylvania. Samuel Sonda is here. Paul Johnson, Don Sham is here. We want to welcome Iyo White, Goss, Duncan, Ahmed Hammond, and everybody else. We're going to say to all of you again, we will be having a great show tonight. My brother Isaac Do, Dr. Francis Chinua Richardson, Phoebe Heron with S. Darius Do is here with us as well. Let's come to you, brother Do. What's going on from your end, my brother? You came early today. And I don't know what's going on with you, man. You joining us early today is confusing me.
That Richardson told me if I don't come early, she wouldn't bring me on. So I had to come before she came on.
That's true.
So that's the reason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, wow. That's the reason why I'm so. But Standard is a happy day for our country, Liberia, to be recognized on the global stage.
You muted.
Watching the proceeding today and hearing the name Liberia brought joy and pride to me. And of course, we can all send out our congratulations to President Boakai, on whose administration the seat was finally awarded to Liberia on an official basis. And so, the government had to follow through. All of us should be happy that our country will be taking a decision or decisions that will bring peace to the world. Back time, the world was taking decision to bring peace to Liberia. Now we are the ones sitting on that table to make that happen. So all of us should be happy. We should join the President Boakai, to all be happy. But there's a catch, Stanton. I listened to some of the callers. 2 persons said, this thing would have been so easy. President Boakai, you are the president of the country. What happens is you. Today, Liberia got a historic vote. We are elected to the UN Security Council seat. Congratulations to all Liberia. I also want to thank the former president, President Weah, for his part in play. The country moves on. But when you have Unity Party folks want to make this out of politics, you expect Isaac Do to sit down and say nothing? Of course. What do you want? Then I come to ask myself, the Unity Party served Liberia for 12 years. 2000.
But man, I just intro by you explain already.
No,
you forget.
Asking me
no. I say. You forget we do intro, then we go in the second round. Okay. Yeah, but man, that thing can hurt. I understand, brother. I know where you're coming from. I know you had to call off from work today. You look at you holding your head. I say, I know it hurting you, but that's okay.
No, I'm listening to you. Start on.
Yeah, I respect you. You know, you're my little brother. I respect you. I know that.
The only angry kind of people in Liberia now are Democratic Party people. You can see us this year. We are laughing. We're happy. The only angry people in Liberia are United people.
Okay, we hear that.
I came on the show today because I'm home, and every time smiling, you see Joe, he laughing, Sedition are all good.
Okay.
Party folks angry.
So I'm begging for us to go to my brother Fubi.
We are not hurting our head because you cannot win this thing.
I beg. We gotta go to our brother Fubi. But brother Fubi, let's hear you, my friend. Welcome to the great program tonight.
Yeah, thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here. Good evening to everybody. Like you said, Liberia wins. And some people fighting for the non-permanent seat credit. I think I will open up for non-permanent boyfriend position. Nobody can So nobody will take credit for that.
Now you can't.
On a serious note,
agent today, you talking different thing again. Every day you can't talking.
Oh yeah, no. I like now you gotta make yourself happy. You can't get angry over everything. When people vex, you gotta be happy. So when you get angry, you stress yourself. So I believe in a stress-free life. So that's why things don't move me. You know, I encourage everybody. Look, the politics in the country will keep the country divided. But let's keep moving on. Let's hold together as citizens, regardless of which side you're on. At the end of the day, it's about like
Offer association.
Oh yeah, we'll incorporate soon.
You gotta suspend the alliance association or whatever you got. I just wanted to know. Continue.
Yeah, maybe I'll call my man Daros. My man Daros can join that team. Well, I don't know about Liberia is a great country. Liberia was a founder of the United Nations. My grandfather was one of those who signed, and at that time he was the chair on foreign affairs and education at the House of Representatives of Liberia. So he signed on behalf of Liberia to establish the UN in 1945. So it's a great thing for Liberia to get elected again. So we should all keep celebrating the country as a positive stuff. They're not going to put food on everybody's table, but the positive image of the country is more important sometimes, because sometimes when you get out of the country, they say like you are Liberian. People should be excited to see you. People should want to know that, be happy to know that you are Liberian. Don't look at you with different eyes. I remember in Nigeria once, and I told the guy that was in the hotel that I'm a Liberian. The guy said, you are the very first Liberian I'm seeing. And he was so excited to, meet me. You should be happy. So Liberia is a good thing for the country. So let's cheer up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, my brother Fubi. Let's hear Isaac Doe, that Rachel say, I don't know where you're going tonight, but we'll leave that one, we'll go. Isaac Darius Doe. Sorry, Darius Doe. We are getting confused here. I'm missing the names up.
Yeah, so let me say good evening to our mommy in the building, Dr. Rachel Singh. As she says, Glennie with John later, Isaac, Nelson, Phoebe, and the rest of the panelists in the back. Well, today is a joyful day. Today is characterized with celebrations. Liberia has won. I think we want to use this time to congratulate the government of Liberia, His Excellency President Joseph Yemen Boaka, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the entire government as a whole. I think this is beyond politics. It is beyond partisan. It is beyond partisanship and what have you. This is for the interest of Liberia, the advancement and development of Liberia. Liberia will now have influence on the global stage. Liberia will be visible on the global stage, and then it will help to strengthen our diplomatic ties. Liberia will also be at the table in terms of setting the agenda when it comes to the United Nations Security Council. So yes, this is a huge achievement for Liberia. In 2 years' time of the tenure of the non-permanent position, we think we can achieve a lot as a country. And so we once again congratulate the government. Second thing that is on my mind, CEO, has to do with the appearance today of the Labor Minister. I think something is happening to the Labor Minister and at the Ministry of Labor. The minister is providing contradiction throughout his report on this work permit issue. Today, I was shocked to have heard from the minister before the Senate plenary that it is no more 8,000 job permit, but rather 10,117 permits were issued to non-Liberians, foreigners. And then he went on to break down before the Senate that 707,633 were renewers. They met it there. There are people who were foreigners who were already in the employ. And then the current government in 2024 only issued 2,800 and I think 2,484, something like that. And so it amounts now to 10,117 work permits that were issued to non-Liberians in terms of foreigners. I think it is huge. It is alarming. We have a country where unemployment rate is over 80%, according to the very labor minister. And so I think the Senate should go deeper. We welcome the inspection exercise. I think it is intended also to verify the data, because the data keeps fluctuating from 8,000 work permit to now 10,000 work permit. No, we inherited 7,000 plus. This government only issued 2,000 plus. So I don't think it's adding up. And then lastly, I followed the Ministry of Information press briefing today. And I think that the National Disaster Management boss, Ansu Dole, he provided misleading information contrary to LAC audits report.
Yeah, Darius, thank you. We're trying to keep it to 2 today. Then we said we keep it all over tomorrow. We get plenty for tomorrow. We just
so on CDC, lastly, CEO, on CDC invasion notice, I think the party should be working on finding another place or try to pay the arrears or the rent for that property, because it is clearly spelled out in the court ruling as to who is the owner of that property. So that's my perspective on that.
Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you a lot. Dr. Richardson, it's good to see you on. I have a problem. I cannot control this thing like I used to. Maybe Nelson tell me out, but let's hear you, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, it's okay. And I'm sorry that I'm confusing you. It's okay. No,
you're not confusing me, though. No. Dr. Richardson, you're not confusing me. I have a problem here that you guys seen Councilor Gu on, right? Is he on?
Yes. Anyway, in psychology, we call
that. At the same place some I was, and the people say I was in jail. Are you in jail?
Wait, that's what you saying. Is Nelson on?
You really confused, though. You asked us if no.
So I think I got to get out. The only folks I'm seeing here tonight is Isaac, Dr. Richardson, Darius Do, and Fubi, and myself. So we have 5 on the screen tonight. Are we 5?
No.
Okay.
That different is no. That different thing you want to do tonight. The reason why it's only 5. We're not 5.
You don't trust it, right? Good. You don't trust it.
They want to complicate some people for you.
Yeah, it's hard by
with the system, and I think we're trying to work on it in the background too. Yeah.
I'm very excited today that Liberia, under the administration of President Boakai, became a member of the Security Council at the UN, serving in a non-permanent seat. I'm excited about that. I'll be even more excited if we can leverage our voice, our position to achieve good health care, good education, building good infrastructure in our country, and if the government can work in the interest of the people. Yes, having a seat at Security Council is great. It's a good optics for this government. But we were there before. I want us to look at the geopolitics. It's the big 5. America happens to be one of the big 5. If America don't say yes, I want to send a peacekeeping force to a certain country, or if America don't say yes, I'm going to support this, then we're there. I don't even know if we have veto power. I don't think we have veto power to veto what another country has to say. Yes, you're right. We do not have veto power. So the optics is good. It looks good for African countries, because it's not the first time an African country has been on Security Council. It looks good for us, but again, someone said we're going to strengthen our connection. We'll get security briefing around the world. But again, I will be happier, okay, if we can leverage our relationships with other countries that it says that we are going to build to bring good health care, build good education system, good infrastructure for us, have a good economic where we can focus on using other resources. But the geopolitics of the world, the United Nations is not as powerful as it used to be, considering the geopolitics of the world. That's where I would like to end. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, I think charge.
I think Councilor Good.
Councilor Good, you be
okay. Okay, thank you. So let me say good evening to everyone. Today, I'm a little bit concerned. I mean, I'm joyous about the news that we're on the Security Council. So we'll discuss that in depth, I know. All the publicity that we see in the celebration, we want to know why are we seeing it. I'm also concerned about the Council of Churches. I don't know whether we ever discussed it before. The Council of Churches talked about expelling the president for decisions he took to honor Speaker Richard Kuhn, Fonati Kofa, and others. But this same Council of Churches also attempted to expel the same president for an opinion that he rendered during the time the case was still in court when the Supreme Court ruled. Because he called for the support of the Supreme Court's opinion, I remember. We'll go back. So how now they come back and say they want to, now he comes, he says, okay, the thing what people wanted to punish me for, I'm now honoring the people. And I said, no, you can't honor them, will expel you. So I'm confused. So I want us to, I know maybe we'll have some discussion about that. But it's something of concern. And I'm also concerned about the House of Representatives. This House of Representatives, when the majority bloc got together, they said that Fonati Kofa, Representative Fonati Kofa, but then Speaker Kofa, was involved into acts of corruption. He overspent his budget, and those were some of the reasons why they were removing him. Now, when you are involved into corruption, when you overspend your budget, it requires that we must audit you. I've not heard anything from the new leadership, especially those who were his accusers, now in power. We've not heard anything about auditing the House of Representatives, auditing the expenditure of the budget of former Speaker former Speaker Kofa. Nothing I've heard about it. I think it's something that we need to talk about. Also, during the saga, there was accusation that people were being bribed to sign resolution. And that money was even sent to our Ministry of Justice. Now that the matter is over, we have not heard anything about any investigation. Bribery is a crime and it's a felonious offense. And so I think that we need to discuss it and put pressure on the House of Representatives to act, based on what they said that were going on in the legislature. So those are just some of the few things that I have, on my mind tonight. Thank you.
Well, I'm disappointed in you, Councillor. As a Councillor of Law, you sat on the show, we discussed those things briefly, and you're saying that we didn't discuss it. There was a letter sent to the LDCC that they are opening this case for investigation, and the LDCC acknowledged it. It's on the newspaper all over in Liberia. The LDCC is calling Luther Collins and Marvin Cole, Clarence God, 7 members actually, they will be going to LDCC to answer question. So if you say they are not addressing it, no, they are addressing it. So I think I'm just kind of disappointed that when you overstay on the show, you fall asleep sometime. But let's bring in Uncle Sam Jackson. Uncle Sam, it's always good to see you.
I will credit you. I will credit you for the assertion you make. No, I will credit you for the any statement you make.
You can never credit me. You can never credit me. Uncle Sam, let's go ahead.
Well, I want to congratulate Sarah Beslo-Yanti for the splendid job that she did in making us a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. I'd like to appreciate President Joseph Nyema Boakai for dancing up and down. I would like to ask that we do 1 week of holiday of celebration where we will bring some Gisi, Pepsi, and all kinds of drinks. We shut the country down for 1 week so we can just celebrate our immense victory for becoming a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. But that was in jest, but this is a reality. Look, it's a great thing for Liberia to be a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. It lifts the profile of the country. But what I basically don't understand is why is the other side trying to make it seem like it's a competition between George Weah and the Unity Party? George Weah is no longer president. Liberia becomes a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. It's something for all of us to celebrate. Invite me to the celebration. Let's have a celebration in Atlanta. Let's have a celebration in Johannesburg. Let's have a celebration in Gay Town. Let's enjoy ourselves, because we Liberians, we did it. As Liberians, we are one country on a one flag, on a one geographical boundary. But this whole thing here to make it seem like, there is something that they did that is so spectacular and the other side didn't do it. I mean, come on, guys. This doesn't augur well for national unity. It doesn't augur well for social cohesion. It doesn't augur well for the development of the country, But that's my position. I see people fighting each other over this. We should be all celebrating. We should be united. As one country, So that's my position. Thank you very much. Francine? I can't hear you. Your thing is off.
Sorry, guys. I was struggling with my unmute button. Well, I don't know. Stanton just left us, so I'm not sure what topics that he wanted to disclose.
Or the non-permanent seat and the CDC eviction.
Okay, good. Fubi, do you want to do that? Because I didn't hear him. Do you want to just be the moderator for today? Yeah.
Oh, I think no problem. So then we'll start with you, Councillor Gu, on the non-permanent seat.
Okay. Thank you, my dear brother. Look, today is a great day for Liberia. We are now going to the UN Security Council as a non-permanent member. So it's something that we all supposed to celebrate. It gives the country fame. It gives the country, it places the country in the position to lobby. That's why we understand. And the seat is all about. You sit down with other countries, and then you lobby. The decisions will be made, even though we don't have a veto power, but we're sitting down in meeting. I'm sure with the big powers, there are a lot of things that can be pushed from that level. My only concern is the way we're celebrating, the way the publicity, as though we're in competition with somebody, with another country for this seat, and we won it today. We won the competition, only for me to go and research that we're now opposed. Two countries from Africa, Africa has 2 slots. It's not that Africa was competing with Europe or Africa was competing with and with Asia. Africa slot is Africa slot. And there were 2 slots that are available for Africa. And the 2 slots, you had 2 countries running. You had Congo, DRC, and you had Liberia. Congo came out 183 votes. We came out 181 votes. And then I have made research. Only 1 country so far that my research has shown that have lost the seat. And the reason why they failed is because it was last year. It was Mauritius against Somalia. So there were 2 African countries that were running for that seat. So Somalia had to celebrate, because they won Mauritius to the seat, and they got 179 votes. All the other countries that have gone unopposed have always been elected. So that's why I asked the question. Is it that something else was done? Because I'm hearing for some money that was spent for lobbying, right? Is it that the money that was spent for lobbying, people want to justify the lobby, that money that was spent, if it was ever spent? Is that the reason why this whole big, we win, that people got 181 votes, as though we were going against another country? We were unopposed. So I'm just confused, about what really happening. So except we need some explanation, maybe stand on though, because you've been in the background, you're part of the kitchen cabinet, so you have some information. But besides that, I don't see why we are so much raising this celebration as though we have won a victory against another country when we're unopposed. And there's no evidence of showing that that countries wanted to contest, and we went to the country and said, "Oh no, don't contest because we have not seen anything." So what this whole everybody fighting? Joe, we have CDC people fighting, Unity Party people fighting. We started we NIA, we did for what? When you were not opposed. So that's my concern.
Yeah. Thank you very much. A good concern from a well-learned lawyer, Councillor Lafayette B. Good Senior. We want to welcome Dr. Bopler. Every once a week we see Dr. Bopler here contributing. But on videos and photos, we see him meeting Mama Payan from the University of Liberia and the ambassador, the U.S. ambassador to the country. We'll welcome you, Your Honorable Dr. Bopler. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Chief. You struggle with calendar. Is it once a week? Thank you, Stephen. And good evening to all of my friends, my colleagues, and to all friends of Liberia and Liberia who watch Spoon all over the globe. Stanton, I got to tell you that I get messages from literally around the world, and people are watching and people are listening. So you're on to something. So let's keep doing what we do, keep getting better, but we are a major voice. So thank you, my friend, for making this platform available to all my colleagues. Let's keep doing what we do. People are actually watching and listening. So here's what I want to say. Councillor Gould raised an interesting point, and I have to be honest.
I beg you, Dr. Bopler, after that great appreciation, Dr. Bopler, hold on. Let's get to the other guys because we have officially started the show. Then
okay. I thought you had called me. Sure.
No, I was just trying to invite you and recognize you, but I do appreciate though. And to all those of you out there watching, I would say thank you. Continue to share the show, and we really do appreciate you all. I just want to say, before we go to Dr. Richardson, Uncle Sam, Phoebe Henry, Darius Doe, Dr. Bopler, and when the rest of the guys join us. The show in the second half, it will be moderated by Abdulrahman. He's coming on. What's the issue? 2 major things on our plate today, guys. Sorry, we cannot go beyond those 2 issues. We will not go beyond the eviction date that was set for the CDC party headquarters. We got to discuss it. We will not go beyond the non-permanent seat that Liberia now holds, because it's a lot, folks. But trust me, we got other information about all the ministries, the major corruption, and even the reported information that Doug Cooper finally resigned from the Commerce Ministry. We have document to that effect, and we will share it tomorrow. There also the other information about MCC, all those receipts and bank document that we have received. We will discuss it tomorrow about MCC concerning the Mayor John Shaffer. I think that's his name. We're going to dive a little bit into what happened at the finance ministry regarding Bill Magate Jones. Bill Magate Jones, it is reported that LACC have called him. And then we'll move to LTA tomorrow, that there's a grand jury that have been set up to prosecute, to sit in the legal case concerning LTA Abdullah Kamar. They have now brought in grand jury. So big information coming up tomorrow. We are giving you a tease. And now, what did the Justice Minister say today? We'll discuss it tomorrow. But while we all champion and celebrating the non-permanent seat, the House of Representatives said anything that was done during the impasse, they have now passed a resolution. It is all legal. The budget is legal. The money that was taken legal, and anything that was done during the impasse is considered legal. While we all celebrating the non-permanent seat, they pass that swear, and they say anything, all the money, all the this, all the that, everything, don't question it. They're acting that the PRC government that Uncle Sam know more about. You cannot hold us responsible for this coup. And that's exactly what the House of Representatives did today. But we can't discuss it because of time, and we'll discuss it tomorrow by God's grace. So let's get to the issue, the non-permanent seat. I do believe, believe me or not, Uncle Sam, I champion this. You can ask questions, you can go up, you come down. My fellow Liberians, this is a win for Liberia. This is not a win for Joseph Yeman Boakai, the president. This is not a win for the former president George Manan we are. No. This is not a win for the former foreign minister D-Max Kamaya or the current foreign minister Cyril Beslo Yanti. No. This is a win for you, my fellow Liberians. So when the people bring in politics, and say who started A, who ended A. No. Those are distraction. Now we are hearing rumors of war concerning money. Somebody said 1.5 million. Somebody said 3.5. Hey, man, come on, guys. I will remain who I am to celebrate this victory because I believe Liberia deserves it and the people of Liberia want today. Now you can come in with your argument. I would not be part of your argument. President George Banaway started it, respect to him. Joseph Yima Waka finished it, respect to him. The country moves on. We should now be discussing, in my closing, we should now be discussing what would this non-permanent seat bring to Liberia? What would this non-permanent seat? How will it help Liberians? How will we benefit from the non-permanent seat? Don't give me your who win. And guys, listen, share the show, but I will open the phone line and want to hear from you. How will this seat help you? Your healthcare system, your education system, your agriculture system. How will this seat help you? Not how will this seat help George Banawea or Joseph Boakai? Not how will they see how they started, who signed the first paper? Obviously, history remains that George Banawea started it, period. And Joseph Boakai finished it. Now it's about you now. That Richardson, we come to you, my dear sister, Uncle Sam, my brother Fubi Herons, and Darius Doe, and Dr. Bobler will finish. Guys, listen, if you want to do your politics, do your politics. I will go in the back when you finish, I will come back. But I just want something constructive now because I feel so good. Tell me how this is going to help Ome Flomo. Tell me how this is going to help Manwata and Makwana and help the Zogos. Tell me how this thing going to rebrand our school system. Tell me how this thing going to eradicate corruption all over the country. Dr. Richardson, please take it away, man.
Stanton, Liberia won. This is how I would like to look at it. It doesn't matter to me what government started the process and what government ended the process, but the easier work to me has been done, which is allowing Liberia to sit as a non-permanent member on the Security Council. Now, to me, the difficult task is leveraging their position on that Security Council seat to bring the things that you just talked about to Liberia. If we can use our position to connect with people there to help the health system, whether they have expert knowledge or financial support, that would be great. If we can connect with people there to help, build our education system or learn, different models around the world about education that has worked in different places, that would be great. If we can connect with people on the Security Council to help build our agriculture system to make our economy more viable, that would be much more appreciated. So to me, a part of it, the easier work has been done because we're there now. So lesson learned is that how we're going to use such position to put Liberia again on the map, to continue to put Liberia on the map, to continue to make us successful. I hope that we're not going to use the seat to bring people without the expertise or the self-esteem to be able to negotiate at the seat of the table, because that has been a limitation on our part, because we know we've had these opportunities, but we have not been able to utilize the opportunity to negotiate well, okay, to stand up. Sometimes it calls us to stand up to people that we might perceive to be superpower. So if we can do that for our country, that would be wonderful. I'll be even more happier. And I'd like to say congratulations again to Liberia.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Uncle Sam, can we hear you, Uncle Sam?
Yeah, look, let me be very serious. Look, this is something good for the country. And it depends on how we use that platform to understand current geopolitical dynamics. Where is the word globally, the geopolitics, in terms of the powers? And what is Africa's role in this new geopolitical arrangement, right? And what are the major challenges to international cooperation today, international peace, right? And if we understand how we can use that platform, that platform can be translated into tangible benefits for the country. And if 6 months, 12 months, 18 months from now, we see Liberia positioning itself to attract significant private finance capital by fixing the business environment in the country, dealing with some of the critical issues like the at-risk youth, the zocification of the country, and we learn how to build a new engagement model in terms of mineral development, and how we fix the financial architecture to grow the economy. These are things that will bring about improvement in the lives of Mawata and Maflomo, okay? But this boastful, braggadocio politicization of a seat on the UN, a non-permanent seat on the UN, which is basically ceremonial, because the 5 countries, permanent members, they have veto power. They have veto power. You don't have veto power. Your vote doesn't amount to anything if either of those 5 countries with the veto power can basically just relegate you to pass. So okay, so what are we going to use as a nation that will push us in terms of what are the geopolitical dynamics that are taking place in the globe today, what are we going to do about it? And let me be very frank. I think this is just a, what do you call it, is a tea party for today. 6 months from now, we're not going to hear about Liberia's role in the UN and the Security Council and what we're doing in the promotion of global peace, international economic cooperation. I don't believe that. I would like to be surprised that if we can stand and use this platform that God has given them. So I didn't give it to them, that God gave it to us, right? Because I believe in the Supreme. So God gave us that. So since God gave us that now, let us use that platform to be a totally different country. So we can be involved in world affairs that we were 50, 60, 70 years ago when we were the original signers of the what? UN Charter, the League of Nations, the OAU and all of that. Okay, so that's what I want to just say, and God bless you. Thank you very much.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. And, and it's so good that everybody coming on. I'm so happy because I want to push this thing. This is, anyway, I'll wait for my second round to come. The first round never has strength, and the second round will do. Let me bring in my brother Darius. Don't forget, like I said, Mama will be conducting the second half to moderate. Some of us today, we got to go tell God thank you at the Bible study for making Liberia to be a non-permanent member. So, Darius.
Yeah, so CEO, thank you. Welcome, Mame, Dr. Buble, Omen Sam Jackson. Welcome to all of you and good evening. But as CEO, celebrating the achievement today is good, it's remarkable, it's something every Liberian out there wish for. But then let's dive into the whole Security Council. Like Uncle Sam said, you have 5 permanent members. 5 permanent members with veto power. Then you have 10 non-permanent members. Of the 10 non-permanent members, you have 5 permanent members that are elected every year, and then 5 elected for 2 years period. So Liberia falls within the 5 for 2 years that just got elected. Now, if you look at it, DRC was elected for the second time. This will be the third time. You have Liberia the second time. And you have other countries that also served for many, many times. We should not just celebrate because we score a political game or what have you. We should not look at what benefits does this position brings to Liberia.
Why would not celebrate if we asking for benefit? Don't you think it's, sorry to interrupt you though, but don't you think, allow me to celebrate and then I can hold the government as to the benefit this will bring, right? I mean, isn't this a very, very big deal for Liberia?
I agree with you. So if we want to measure what will be coming as benefit for this position to Liberia, let's look at when we first served. How did it impact our country at the time? To just say, oh, you want to be on the global stage.
61 years ago, that what you want to put to today? You wasn't even on the earth at the time. There was no technology of that increase at the time. Darius, don't do this to us, man. This calls for celebration, Darius. I'm not trying to cut you down yet. Darius, you muted yourself. But this calls for celebration, Darius. And you understand that with such a Darius, you muted yourself. We're not hearing you. You muted yourself.
It calls for celebration. But we also have to caution our government to utilize the opportunity, because we don't want it to be like, oh, we are the Security Council. It's just like the president traveled to China. He traveled to Indonesia. All those things were promised. It did not come up to now. We want to utilize the opportunity as a country to see what it benefits Liberia. Not just, oh, we want it, we are stopping highway or rescue people, completed it and succeeded. But what would be the dividend? How will Liberia utilize the opportunity in this era, this contemporary era, to bring some benefits to our country? That's what we wish for, and that's what we pray for. We don't just want it to be a celebration.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to our brother Fubi Henry. This will be a very interesting show today. Folks, share the show. Joe Manjala, share the show. Man, share the show. Solo G is back. Share the show. Jimmy Gray, as always, we'd love to have you. Continue to share the show on Facebook, on WhatsApp, in all the chat room, on YouTube, on Instagram. Share the show and let's have fun tonight. Are you celebrating? I mean, where are you right now with this great in your lifetime? After 60, 59, 60, 61 years, Liberia is back on the non-permanent seat. On a new dimension, a new age, a new internet stability situation that is happening around the world. Everybody glued. Liberia is back. You don't want me to be happy? I will be happy, but I will ask questions. Now, let's listen to our brother Fubi from ANC. Fubi?
Yeah, so thank you. You know, it's sometimes I just laugh when I hear this, my guys from CDC talking about some of these things. And, you know, look, we stay in the aid mentality, and that's the reason why we'll be talking about what it brings to the table, what Liberia tends to benefit. America, a permanent member. America not looking for benefit from you. America running our country. America even donating to the UN. So what can Liberia donate to the UN? That's the question we should be asking ourselves as a country right now. What are we carrying to the UN? Now what they bring it to us? What are we carrying there? What expertise are we going to give to the world by serving on the Security Council? When they appoint you or as a board chair, for example, did I appoint you there because you're going to sit down and collect board fees? What kind of reform are you carrying to the organization that they appointed you as board member or board chair? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. But because the aid mentality, so we keep talking about why you're bringing, how much debt are people going to get? No, we got resources. We got competent people. We should be able to manage our resources to build our country. And what can we carry out? What can we contribute to the UN by being on the Security Council? That's the question for me. I want to answer, and not what you being on the council going to bring to us. If we want to improve our healthcare, what are we doing internally to improve our healthcare? Not what the UN going to give us to improve our health sector, because it will not happen. Not what the UN going to improve our agricultural sector. God gave us the land. God gave us resource. God gave us enough rain. What are we doing? 1980, we came to about, we said we protected our rights riot when Taba said let's become self-sufficient. 45 years after, we cannot still feed ourselves. But we're still talking about what we bring into us. So we're going to change that mindset. What are we carrying to the UN? By being there. When Liberia started the establishment of the UN, it was not about what kind of aid Liberia was going to get. When Liberia served there, it was not about what aid they were bringing to Liberia. Liberia commanded respect when Liberia stood up, when Liberia spoke. The image of Liberia. Everywhere Liberia went, people even create for Liberian passport. We're kids in Ghana, the 13, 14 years, we saw during the refugee time, we saw how people were trying to buy Liberian passport just to travel with it. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. What are you carrying there? What image are we going to build for ourselves by being on our seat? And not how much aid they're going to bring to us. Me, I disagree with that mindset. We're going to move from the aid. We all sit down, we celebrate, Ibrahim Traore doing well. And we all sit down and say that those things. They are internally generated revenue that is driving the economy. How can we do that for Liberia and start talking about how much you are going to give to us? Our healthcare will not be solved by UN. Our education will not be solved by UN. Our roads will not be solved by UN. We have to raise our own resources internally and drive our developmental agenda. When we sit at the council, it's people, what are we contributing? That's the essence of it. It's the contribution that you give. Whatever good word that comes to you afterwards, fair enough. But that should not be your hope. What are you carrying there? We're not craving to be elected because we wanted to sit down there and get aid for the country. I disagree with that. That's not the essence of which we
Keep some for round two. keeps on
Okay,
around.
thank you.
I've seen the reason why you kept quiet yesterday, because you are on point. You are firing tonight, and to each his own. I must say yes to you. Those are some very, very unique questions, and I think it's a good way to start a conversation. We're going to welcome our dear pop, our dear brother, Dr. Bopler. Welcome to the show. Let's hear you, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. So let's put a few things in perspective. First, you don't get selected for this spot, you get elected. And even if you are running unopposed, you still must reach a threshold of 2/3. And even if historically nobody who was unopposed didn't get the seat, there is still that probability that you could not get 2/3. So when you put that together, it is a win for the nation. So we congratulate the president, the foreign minister, and all of Liberia. It's a win for the nation. But what I would say is, I hope we add wisdom to our win. Yes, what I mean. So to be on the Security Council, yes, a non-permanent member, yes, with no veto power, but you're still in the strategic place. So we need to see this as a stage. And if you're elevated to a stage, there are two things that are obvious, Stanton. First, you get to be seen, and second, you get to be heard. So we get to be seen. And I hope as we get to be seen, we can connect with countries, build relationships that will help our country. And this thing about aid, no, it's not about aid, it's about national interest. Every country on that Security Council operates based on their country's national interest. Our national interest is socioeconomic development. So we leverage our position because we're seen. And then when you're on the stage, you got to be heard. So I hope we say the right things to the right people at the right time. So again, we build bridges and we help our people. I think at the end of the day, we don't want this to just be a footnote in history, but we want to use it to write a nice story that while we were advocating for peace on other continents, we were also advocating for prosperity in our own country. I think Liberia is in a good place, and I'm hopeful that for 24 months, we can do something significant, leverage our position, and the nation can be better. So congratulations tonight to Liberia.
Thank you, Dr. Bobla. Thank you very, very much. I'm going to bring in Asido, then we'll go to Abdullah Mame as we welcome Honorable Gray and our brother Vendetta Patrick. I say welcome to the show. Let's hear you, my brother.
Well, Stanton, I think we started talking about it. It should be a happy day. I want to disagree with my brothers. Maybe for the first time, who said we should not celebrate. I think we should. It is not more of what comes to Liberia in Liberia. It's about the international image of Liberia sitting on a decision panel. Like President Weah said in the 2023 SONA, that once upon a time, people were sitting to take decisions that will bring peace to Liberia. Now, we will have the opportunity to sit on that same panel to bring peace to the world. I think it's a good thing for our country, and all of us must be happy about it. And it is a fair thing to say congratulations to the country and to the Unity Party government under the leadership of President Boakai. He is the current president. It is under his leadership as president that Liberia officially got elected on the Security Council seat as a non-permanent member for the next 2 years, beginning 2026. I think it's the right thing to do. I don't think there is much noise in this. But here's the issue, though. Like I said earlier on, few of the callers that called and said, this thing should be simple. The only thing Liberia will do, meaning, will be to vote and other things. I'm not sure there will be money, there will be rights, there will be company coming to Liberia as a result of that. No. So, as the government, release a statement congratulating the nation expressing excitement for the future of the country, and just extending a little warm, thanks to the others who started a president. Even if you don't want to do it, that's okay. But do it in a way that the interest of the country comes before your own political interest. But when you want to take your own political interest and think that we on the other side will have nothing to say, we say no. Then we come to remind you that the last time Liberia even had the mind to wanting to take up a seat was 1961. Ask yourself, why didn't Liberia even attempt once from 1961 until 2021, 2022, and President Weah started? Once upon a time, the Unity Party was in government for 12 years. Forget about them being on the board. Why didn't they even attempt that, you know what, we will attempt once in 12 years? When you come with big vision and big plans, you put your hands in things that no one thought possible. And so I gave you the record. In 2018, before the government came to power, South Africa was elected for 2018 to be on the Security Council from 2019 to 2020. That means when George Weah came, 2020 already went. Then somebody said, but why didn't they get it? But the people already got elected. How are other people get it? It gone. Nobody going to get elected again. Now, in 2020, Kenya got elected. And don't forget, man, let's be fair. 2019, COVID-19 came over the planet. Liberia was doing his own thing, trying to solve his own problem from the COVID-19. It went up to 2020, 2021. Now, in 2021, George Weah put a hand, Issa, said Liberia must take something. And they started everything. Before they left, Liberia had a white ballot from West Africa. It almost like you work the month end. The only thing you're waiting for is your pay. Your pay will come. It won't matter of it come, it's just a matter of time. So at the end of the day, it is fair to recognize that, hey, President Weah, His Excellency Kemia, the foreign ambassador, you guys try. You guys started this. Today we got it. We are all happy. Let's all join together. But when you want to spin it around and bring all day, the time we were there, you say Bali Island will come, Bali Island didn't come, then we have to respond to you politically. And I think to end, Liberia should be happy. All of us should be thankful. We should congratulate the government, President Boakai, and we can also be, nice not to recognize the efforts of President Weah and Ambassador Ken Kemia as well.
Minister Isidore, thank you very much. We're going to go to Abdullah Mame.
We want to congratulate Minister Sarah Beslo Nyanti and her team under the instruction and guidance from President Boakai for this remarkable achievement. I agree with Phoebe partly that it is not all what Liberia can get. It is also what Liberia can give. When Liberia, President Boakai just got elected and they traveled and they met Kosovo, there was noise all around. What Kosovo? What is Kosovo? What Kosovo can give you? Kosovo, that poor country. Why you wasting our taxpayer money? And we made the argument that in international development is not all about what you can get. It's also about what you can give. So when countries are engaging each other, do not just argue, what are we getting? What are we getting? Think also about what are we giving. So to that point, Liberia is not only there as Liberia. Liberia is representing the interest of Africa. If you see these African countries committing to say we'll vote for you in international affairs, to call something to call reciprocity. I gave you, you gave me. They have interest that Liberia will be defending and promoting. How can Liberia do that and leave a landmark record in the United Nations? What Liberia can champion in the United Nations for African countries that have committed themselves to supporting Liberia. Other countries that have committed themselves to supporting Liberia. Those are things we should be talking about while we're also talking about what can we get. I wanted to put that out first. Secondly, this political spin. I think it is President Weah and his people that should congratulate the government. When this thing started, Sarah Beslo Nyanti, being a diplomat, understanding the role of past leaders, officially wrote President Weah, say, join us. Let all of us celebrate and work towards this. We are preparing a flyer to put your picture and the picture of other leaders. We are producing a documentary to highlight your voice. Let's do it as a country. They recognize him. They set a table on the high pedestal for George Weah. Wrote an official letter. Reached out to Ellen and Lehman Bowie and other people. They said, you are our leaders. You have made contribution for the country to get to where it is today. So we're setting high standard for you. Come and sit on that global platform. Let's use your picture on the national seal that we use to campaign. So today you don't have to be going to take 3 years video to show. You will be live. And what President Weah did, he shunned the country. He turned it into a Facebook comedy. Authorized his surrogates to take the letter and put it on social media and say, oh, they're baking George Weah, and make fun out of a national event. Today, it is successful. It is successful because of work that was done over the last few months. But your efforts and the efforts of other leaders were recognized, and they invited you to that high pedestal. You decided to stoop low and reduce yourself to Facebook comedy and old videos. You have yourself to blame on that. But the platform was created for you. You were invited. Your right place was given to you. You opted not to join, to step aside and create drama all of a situation. Blame yourself.
While we stop on this first round, we got one more person to go. Then we're going to come on the second round. This is very interesting, folks. We'll open a space for you to please ask each other questions, because this is big. And to those of you that follow us, we are reading your comment, but I will beg you, do not insult, because we don't want to block you, okay? Just post your comments. If it is good and properly outlined, we will post your comment for the people to know that you're speaking to them as well. This is a big day in our country. Everybody will have the space, the time to talk within 2 minutes. We're now going to go to the former district number 8, Moserado County Representative Akaris Mose Gray. Your 2 minutes, sir.
Let me say good evening to all. To further comment is to say to this situation today, there is a thesis and an antithesis. And I will begin with the thesis. The thesis is that Liberia and DR Congo were decided upon by Africa. Liberia started from West Africa, which is obvious, endorsed. Subsequently, Africa went on and endorsed the both of them. They went on opposed. They have cardinal responsibilities. Liberia has to articulate the views of West Africa, Africa. West Africa, the deteriorating security situation with 3 countries who have vowed or have broken away from ECOWAS. We see rebellious activities. Those are national security concern for the safety and concern of West Africa. Similarly with DR Congo, the African Union has an agenda that by 2030, their suggestion is that all war should end in Africa. Liberia and DR Congo will have to be there to articulate those views. Not only that, I think Liberia should push forward for a reform of the United Nations Security Council. Africa doesn't have a permanent seat there. We are still non-permanent by our representation. The other powers have a permanent seat. There's a need for its security reform at the United Nations Security Council. That debate has been on and on. I think Liberia and DR Congo can start that fight. So that's what I expect from Liberia and that bread and butter to be sent here for the transformation of the economy of the country. The antithesis is that a few group of people think that to be a patriot is to play to the gallery. The psychology they have is that you are only a patriot if you play to the gallery of Joseph Boakai and his surrogates or cronies. The way they feel. You are a patriot when they decide to use you. When they don't need you, they demean you, they dehumanize you, they castigate you. Patriots are honored in their homes. Go to the United States of America. Patriots are honored. Those who you call patriots, they are not demeaned. They are not castigated. They are not dehumanized. And when you begin to demean other people, you castigate them, you dehumanize them. You want to face them, erase them, and disgrace them. But when you need them, then you call them patriot, you cry in the name of patriot and former president. History will be unkind if we do not celebrate the genesis or the foundation or those who work tirelessly for Liberia today, even before this government came to power, that the 2 seats were already available and they were not contestable. I'm not discussing probability, I'm talking about possibility. And what's the possibility? The possibility was very clear that the 2 countries who have been selected this moment and they will take their seat 2026. So I will hail and salute a hero, a patriot, a nationalist, who the last State of the Nation address in January of 2023, almost 2 minutes, few seconds, cataloged and elaborated in the presence of local international partners through the legislature, providing that by this time in June, that we are going to election unopposed and Liberia is about to set history. Non-reader of history or historiographers or non-historians will celebrate the triviality of the matter, but we will celebrate the true patriots. We'll not run away and we'll not shy away from our responsibility to do so. It doesn't matter the way people think about it or not. What matters is that the foundation was built before you came. So you had nothing to do. The 3.3 million United States dollar has to be invested.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. We will come back to you. Thank you. Let me bring in Vendetta Patrick. Vendetta, your 2 minutes, sir.
So let me say congratulations to all Liberians, both home and abroad, including our foreign partners and counterparts, for taking the role to making Liberia what it is today relative to what transpired today at the United Nations. It's a win for us. It's a win for our country. It's a legacy that has been set since 1961 up to this time. I think we have come a long way. Now that Liberia had its seat where it is at the moment, CEO, it is clear that our international recognition and influence will be displayed. But for me, I don't just want this to be reflected only in New York. If you take a look at the international organizations within the United Nations, the UNHCR, UNICEF, and all the other agencies, you hardly find Liberians. And this is the first step. Now that we are at the table, those individuals that are going to sit there to represent our country, we want a level of influence at every stage of those international organizations. If you check UNDP, UNICEF, you see Kenyans, Zimbabweans, Ugandians. They have dominated every sector of the UN agencies. And I'm very happy that my country, despite, being at a very bad stage in terms of our economy, would develop or muster the courage to sit there. You see, it only tells us, it reminds us that no matter where you find yourself, if you are determined and you have the courage, you can aim high. Whoever, I'm sure before this idea came, somebody within the corridor of government or outside the corridor of government brought this idea and sold it to someone, and that person took it maybe from one end to another, and landed at the United Nations. I am happy. It's a win-win for us. On the flip side, CEO, I think this is the time for all of us to celebrate. You see, leadership is about bringing people together. It does not matter whether somebody took a single step in this process, or some people were running with it, or other people were clapping. It was a collective effort, almost like a football game. There are people who don't play, but just by chanting, inspire the players on the field. There are people who don't talk, but because they fill the stadium, it gives the player a sense of belonging that my people are watching. Some of us were clapping, some of us were spectators, other people were on the field. Collectively, we won. So it's a win-win. I want to say thank you to the Minister of Foreign Affairs for championing this cause, His Excellency Joseph Nyuma Boakai, His Excellency George Manuel Weah for initiating this process. I think Liberia has won. I think we should be very proud.
Again, thank you very, very much. I'm going to do this real quick. We're going to watch the clip. Maybe you will base it today when we saw the 181 vote. Then from there, we'll open ourselves to question. Please post your question to who you want to post your question to, that we can make progress tonight. I'm going to say my own, but I'll hold it for last. Let's just watch the clip. First of all, this thing is going around. Congratulations, Liberia, the President, Joseph Nyuma Boakai, the Vice President, Jeremiah Mancon, the Speaker, Richie Cohn, Pro Tem Yomli Kanga Lawrence, and of course, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Cyril Besloyanti. Congrats to Liberia from 2026 to 2027. Okay, let's play the video.
The result, the Assembly will resume its consideration of sub-item A of Agenda Item 114 entitled Election of Non-Permanent Members of the Security Council. The result of the voting is as follows. Group A, African and Asia Pacific states, 3 seats. Results of the vote. Number of ballot papers, 188. Number of invalid ballots, 0. Number of valid ballots, 188. Abstentions, 1. Number of members present and voting, 187. Required 2/3 majority, 125. Number of votes obtained. Bahrain, 186. The Democratic Republic of Congo, 183. Liberia, 181. Group B.
So there you have it. Again, you have 2 of our own people from Africa, Congo, 183, Liberia, 181. That was a big day for all of us. We wasn't born at the time. Maybe on this set, we were on the point to Uncle Sam. He was alive at the time when the first non-permanent seat was given to Liberia. I hope I'm correct.
Of course.
Dr. Boblet, were you around, Dr. Boblet? No comment. Yeah, my man.
Our
shave my gray hair.
Our 8 years old.
Okay, but Uncle Sam, what 8 years old? So folks will want to say to you now. For me, I have question, and I will use just my 1 minute to ask each of you question. I'm going to start with my brother, Councilor Good. Councilor Good, do you think at this time we should give some credit to the past government, especially President George Manawea, and gave the credit also to Jose Yema Barker? Do you think both government did extremely well in this fight for the non-permanent seat?
But the standard is, I mean, there's not. I don't see any patriotic Liberian who will say you will not give credit to the past government, and then as you will credit the current government. Even though the current government will take most of the credit because they finish it, but the past government will also take credit. But I think we just, yeah. So I think
I'm operating on 1 minute. I will give it to you guys. Yes, sir. Dr. Richardson, the same to you. Do you think that credit should be given to both government here?
Yes. No, first of all, I was born when never mind. No, I was just thinking. I wanted to object to what Stinson had to say, but anyway,
You wasn't born. I wasn't
born. So yeah, because I thought you were making fun of aged people who. But anyway, this is the perfect time for us to talk about government is continuity, and this is what I think it is: continuity. Whether who started again and who ended, this is not my business. It's not my priority. My priority is Liberia won. We should celebrate and use our position to leverage our relationship with other countries and to, again, bring the goods to Liberians. I wish I could take this time to just tell Phoebe Henry I tend to use his mentality in terms of
I just asked a small question. Do you think CDC and Unity Party should be praised for the great work?
I thought I did answer a question. My answer to that question is government's continuity. I'm not here to praise a particular political party. I'm here to praise when Liberia wins. Okay, how is Liberia winning? Thank you.
Thank you. We send the same to you because this back and forth.
I'm not going to
start it. Why can't finish it? What do you think?
I'm not involved in UP versus CDC and all the kind of nonsense. Okay, but this is what I'm going to just put out there. A dose of reality. DRC, war-torn country, GDP per capita 671, HDI 0.481. You're in a category with that country. What did DRC do? What did DRC do that is so spectacular?
You can answer my question.
No. This is my time. This is my time.
That's not your time.
This is my time. You ask me the question. I'm not going to answer it the way you want me to answer it. I'm going to answer it the way I want to answer it.
I beg you. Uncle Sam, I beg you.
I'm asking you a simple question. I'm asking you a question.
Babe, I beg you. I just asked you yes or no question. Let me move to my next question.
You don't want to hear the dose of reality.
Fubi, do you think Joe Barker? Yeah, man. Remember, if everyone take my time, Papa, wait for your time.
We're begging for my time. I'm talking my time when I finish.
But that's not your time.
Let me ask you a question. You come out of you. Wait.
That's my time. I ask you a question on my time. I beg you.
I'm responding with a question to you. I responded to the question.
You ask
DRC, HDI 0.481, DRC per capita GDP 671 in the same group with Liberia. What did DRC do that was spectacular for them to be on a non-permanent member? So you tell me that why you're celebrating
Uncle Sam, I'm sorry, Papi. I don't want to say sit out on the ground. I can't do that, but I say I'm sorry, Papi, please.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Fubi, let me ask you, Fubi, get into my question because other people will come in. Do you think CDC saying that, well, you got to give some credit to Josh, we are here, don't take all the credit? Do you think it's fair to say so, Fubi?
No, it's fair. It's fair. Government is continuity, and everybody that play a part in this, has to carry the credit, regardless of who is in charge now. So, like you said earlier, the game, the first team was the first set of on the feet, we substituted to them, and now the other team finishes. So at the end of the day, like Bro wins.
So everybody get a ring. Thank you. That'll go back the same question, sir.
I think it comes a time when, we must dissolve self and just look for the greater good. This is a win for Liberia. That includes past President Weah and current President Boyka.
Thank you very much. Mohammed, the reason I'm asking the question, I heard you speaking and said President George Weah rejected all the invitation given to him at the end, the last hour, so therefore he get what he deserved. If they are not giving him credit, do you think former President George Manneh Weah deserve credit in this?
He deserves credit. That's the reason why from the beginning of the process, he was invited because they recognized from the beginning, before they could even put the first video to say, let's go and launch it, he was invited. Other leaders were invited because the government recognized that it was important to recognize the contribution of others and to recognize that they play a critical role in the future of the country, regardless of where they are. It was he who and his people who said no. But more than saying no, they are the people who are saying nothing else needed to have been done because you got 52 votes from AU. Just 52 votes. You needed 125.
So let me leave you. So you're saying that the former president, you're going to constrain the second step. So you think the former president George Manneh Weah deserves credit?
Exactly. Right? That's the reason why we were invited from the beginning.
Do you think a due credit was given to him?
Yes.
Okay. Isaac?
Yeah, but only a naturally disturbed human being would think President Weah should not.
Don't go there. Don't go there. Let's just go on. Do you think?
Yeah, no, I said only a naturally disturbed human being would think that President Weah should not. Yeah, he deserves credit, plenty of credit, not even small credit. Listen, Southern Africa as a continent got 2 seats. Only 2 countries went there. Africa got 2 seats. Only 2 countries went there. So only a disturbed human being would think George Weah he should get.
Do you think he was given due credit?
Not from the United Party. They are the people who think Sidisha should not celebrate George Weah, but United Party should celebrate Waka.
Okay. Honorable Gray, same question, sir.
I think credit is an honor statement. We should be honored and dignified for being the progenitor of this entire situation. That's my official position.
Do you think he was given due credit, the maximum due credit here?
I don't think he needed credit from anyone, from the government. I don't think that's why he needed.
Do you think he was given the maximum due credit?
Let me conclude that. I don't think he needed credit from the government. What he needed is for this government to just go and get the seat and move on. That's why he needed. What he needed from this government is to maintain the peace and security and rule of law for our country. And he cataloged that when he respond to the government. So if you take a response and read it, that's what he needed. Because all has been done. Thank you.
Thank you. Vandetta, take us home on this, and then everybody will have their own time. Mami is about to take over the show, by the way. We'll talk about the eviction of the CDC.
I think for me,
headquarters.
It was a missed opportunity on the part of the government not to recognize in public, in speech and writing whatsoever, the contribution made by the former president. I think
can I interrupt? You said they didn't recognize him in the speech?
I say if what I'm reading on social media that the former president was not recognized or mentioned or given credit in the speech delivered by His Excellency. If that is true, then it was a missed opportunity. I think we have to be very honest. Somebody worked on a project for 5 years, and in 17 months, it was executed because Liberian people made a decision that we don't want you anymore. This time we want J&B. So you needed to recognize the work of your predecessor. This thing is not about personal glory. So for me, it's not just about that CEO, but even in public institutions, if you are a minister appointed by the president and you want to take over, it's always good to acknowledge the work of your predecessor. In failures.
Did you listen to the speech? Did you listen to what Sarah
I'm saying, I did not. I say, if what I'm reading on social media, there's so many arguments going on today. I never had the time to listen because I was in my giving. There was no network. So I'm just saying that if what I'm reading on social media, counter accusation, oh, they never get a man credit, oh, they gain credit. I will take my time to do it. But if there was
at some point, it will be very, very unique that you do. So thank you. To my question now, I'm going to give it back to you. You have your own time to go within your 1 minute. You can ask questions or you can speak to the issue. And after this time, we're going to move to another topic. But ladies and gentlemen, we will open the phone line in this session to hear from our fellow Liberians to the will and pleasure, and when it comes to this non-permanent seat. Dr. Richardson.
Sorry, I'm still I'm here. Can you guys hear me right?
Yes.
My comment was to Phoebe, and it's a comment that I have to make. Generally, I'm thinking about, how can I contribute? What can I change? I like to speak about what a country has earned as opposed to depending on aids from other countries. I like to show what I can bring to the table. But in this case, Phoebe, I hope that the people who are going to the United Nations are not following your advice, because you are not understanding the world geopolitics at this time and how the United Nations was formulated. The United Nations was not formulated for countries like Africa. In fact, they call us colonial people at that time, to come in and say, what can I offer you? What can I bring to the table? Look at the United Nations Charter. We don't have veto power as a country in Africa. So yes, I do agree we can offer something, but we have to look at the geopolitics of the world. We have to look at our position. We have to look at ways in which we can use our power to negotiate, to leverage our support. So your idea about, and I wrote it down, you said we should go there thinking, what can I give the world? What kind of reform do we bring? We shouldn't bring this aid mentality, and I agree with you on that point. But the United Nations is not the place to ask that kind of question. It is not for African countries. It is not for people that look like us. I'll be honest and quite frank with you. Perhaps maybe you don't understand the geopolitics of the world. You don't understand how systemic dynamics occur in the Western world. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Councillor Good, let's hear you, sir.
So Stanton, today we celebrate. I'm a happy man that Liberia is on the Security Council in my lifetime, at least. My only problem was, like I said, and I'll say again, the way the publicity I've been hearing, I'm too sure, about 3.8 million used to lobby. I'm concerned about that 3.8 million, if it is true. That's my only worry. That's my concern. We won the seat. The government of Liberia have done well. Government is continuity. And when they come and make good things and they complete it, we hail them for that. No, I would not be one person to say, no, I don't hail. I hail the government for that. But if money was spent, because all along, it's almost like the people of Liberia is being made to understand that this thing was like a battle. On the election, you have a contestation. No, there's no way they're going to vote against anybody over there who were unopposed. The vote was going to be gotten. The history of the UN is, as Dr. Richardson talking about the history of the UN, the history of the UN has demonstrated that they will vote. The voting process is a formality. So this money that was spent, if it's true, what was it spent on? So that's my concern.
I'm kind of confused. And, you know, and that's a booklet, though. We are on live show that you get 10, 15, 20,000 people, 70, 80,000 at the end of the show, 100,000. If we don't verify these things and confirm them, what should we say? I know I'm hearing.
So many things you have been no, I beg you. No, send no give chance. So many things you have we've all have self-speculation. So we heard.
Brother, if you want to speak, just be recognized. Brother, if you want to speak, just be recognized. I beg you. This is everybody's show. Don't interrupt. I hold you for that. I beg you, please. If you're in front of the judge, you will not do this. We will hold you for contempt of court. You know that. And I will fine you $50 each time.
You're not a Democrat, you're a dictator. So we know you that how we deal with dictators.
I will hold you in contempt.
How we deal with dictators. We don't deal with dictators and those.
At the end of the day, though, I'm kind of shocked to say that people come out with $3.8 million for days. There is nothing. Can anybody just show us where $3.8 million coming from? But let's hear you, Uncle Sam.
Okay, so yeah, please give me my own chance. In early 2025, the Democratic Republic of the Congo faced a significant escalation of the conflict in its eastern region, primarily due to the actions of the M23 rebel group. It's a rebel country with people displaced. It's a war-torn, fragile country with a per capita GDP of $671, with a Human Development Index of 0.481. Liberia is way higher than them. $700 GDP per capita, HDR over 500. So you want to tell me that the Democratic Republic of Congo did something spectacular to influence global opinion in favor of this war-torn country for it to win a seat, a non-permanent seat? Just stop this nonsense, people. Look, Liberia won, yes, but it's not spectacular. I know what spectacular is. Spectacular is when you form the Organization of African Unity, when you are a regional signatory to the United Nations, to the League of Nations, when you send troops to Congo, the CDRC, when you send troops there, that's spectacular. This haphazard, minimalist that think in this brains of this generation gets me so upset. You don't want bigger things in life. You don't want to live spectacular life. You don't want to be a real middle income country. You don't want to be a real peacemaker. You want to be a Bawati country. You saw the people clapping for Bahrain today when they announced Bahrain in that thing there. The only people they clap for the Liberia, because we make it seem like this is something spectacular. Man, people, I'm happy for Liberia, but don't make it seem like you have done something glorious. You have a glorious history. You don't spend this spectacular in your history before. These little chunk things that they're giving to you, they're giving it to you to try to encourage you so you can move away from your simplicity and go up into the geopolitics of a country that is respected, is part of the global community, and is contributing significantly to global economic development. Okay, so you and DRC in the same boat. I'm not clapping for you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Fubi?
Yeah, so that already it's not about, for me, it's not about geopolitics or whether we understand it or don't understand it. My point is simple, and I think being on the Security Council of the UN, whether permanent or non-permanent, is not about how much we can get to improve our health sector. And that's the point I want people to understand. It's not about how much we can get to improve our agricultural sector. It's not about how much we can get to improve our educational sector. Those are things that we have to do as a nation, void of the United Nations. So whether we want to see it or not, those are things that Liberia needs to do for herself. And that's my point. So when we're on the Security Council, it's about what are we carrying there. Yesterday, when for example, when Topman walked into the hall of the AU, he got standing ovation. When Ghana was celebrating independence, they waited for Topman to arrive before they started the program. That's the kind of respect Liberia commanded at the time. So my point is, what are we carrying? What are we offering? A lot of African countries today got their independence because of Liberia. Israel became a nation because of that Liberia one vote. At some point, Liberia had visa free to Israel. Liberian passport once upon a time was the envy of the world. Everybody wanted a Liberian passport because it gave you free. Nobody questioned you when you went to a different country because they respect that Liberia commanded at the time internationally because of a role that you played. And that's why when the UN decided to come to Liberia after they pushed Taylor out, almost the entire world sent troops to Liberia, even Bangladesh, Russia, all the countries sent troops to Liberia because of what Liberia did in the past. So what are we carrying? What are we carrying? It's not what we're going to get from them. So that's my point. Aid will never change Liberia. We've been getting aid since we started the country. Where is Liberia today? Most of the leaders that started what aid it. Where is Liberia today? So it's not about that. We have to decide what we want for our country and what's making it happen. Ghana today is an envy of Africa. Once upon a time, Ghanaians were going to Liberia to buy salt. Ghanaians stood online to buy bread. Until our leader rose to power and said, look, you Ghanaians have work for you to do. If you don't sell pepper, you will not have pepper. If you don't grow pepper, you will not eat pepper. If you don't sell bread, you will not have bread. If you don't sell toothpaste, you will not brush your teeth. Go to work. And he pushed them, and Ghana today is a beacon of hope and a center of attraction in Africa. What are we doing? Once upon a time, we were like that. Liberia on the verge of becoming an industrial nation. But unfortunately, that happened. The coup took place, and the system was in place. Everything went down. The war came and push it apart. Today, we still struggling to get back on our feet. So it's not an aid that will change the country. We have to decide what we want for our country and hold our leaders accountable. So at the Security Council, what are we taking there? How are we going to, what impact are we going to make? What voice are we going to echo when we sit around the table to make sure that the world feel our impact as a country? Whether we know we don't have veto, right? But what can we say to influence those that even got veto to say, okay, yes, Liberia is making sense. That point you made, we take it into consideration.
Thank you very much.
Kind of Thank you.
Thank you very much. Listen, gentlemen, after this round, we'll open the full line and hear you. You got to talk to us. You got to tell us how you feel about this victory today for Liberia. So we'll be going to you after this round. Dr. Bopler, please.
Thank you, Stanton. Can you hear me? I was getting echoes. I don't know. I'm a real person getting echoes. Okay, I was getting echoes when others were talking. But Uncle Sam made a point about, the gross domestic product per capita, GDP per capita. And he was right that we, Liberia, have a larger GDP per capita than the Congo. But he didn't tell us the other part because it's misleading the way he presented it. They have a smaller gross domestic product, not because they're producing less. They produce way more than Liberia, but they have a bigger population.
$70 billion GDP. We understand that. $70 billion GDP. Yes, $70 billion GDP. But a GDP per capita divided by the population is lower. So we are a richer country.
Uncle Sam, why would you just interrupt Dr. Bopler, Uncle Sam?
That's not what I'm saying.
But Uncle Sam, you got to wait, Uncle Sam. Dr. Bopler is speaking, sir.
Uncle Sam, this is not contestation. This is public education.
This is contestation.
Can I speak, sir? Can I speak?
This is contestation.
Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting. I wouldn't do that to you. Stop interrupting me. I wouldn't do that to you.
Leave my own.
Okay, so let me talk to the public, okay? Gross domestic product is the total value of goods and services produced by a nation All the things we produce were in the state, okay? And the per capita is divided by the population. We are only 5 million people here. There are 112 million people. So the GDP per capita is smaller, but the GDP is way bigger than Liberia. I just want to say that.
And Bermuda has a higher GDP per capita than the DRC. Bermuda.
Well, Uncle Sam, he didn't say anything to you. Just wait. After Uncle Sam, after that Bople, I'll go back to you. I'll give you 30 seconds. Uncle Sam, after that Bople, I'll go back to you. I'll give you 30 seconds. But you must allow that Bople to finish up. Uncle Sam, but you interrupting, sir. I will go back to you after that Bople. I'm begging you. Allow him to finish, sir. That Bople, please.
So I want to say, beyond all this constant interruption and attempts to cause me to lose my train of thought, what I want to say is simply this. Liberia now has a seat, non-permanent seat on the Security Council. I said earlier, I want to reinforce it's a stage. It's an elevation to be seen and heard. My hope is that we will maximize this and not just let this be another diplomatic spree, because we're good at that. We're smooth, we make good speeches, we connect with. We should use this not just for diplomacy, but for development, putting our national interests first. We're a resource-rich country, and we can use that platform close in proximity to all of these great countries and build more bridges so that we do peace over here and we help prosperity back at home. That's what I really want to say. I think, Stanton, Liberia is in a place now where every diplomatic opportunity should be seen as an economic possibility, because the best thing we can do for our country is not speak well of it, but do well by it. And the majority of our people are looking up to us, the leaders, for that. I think we have an opportunity, and I'm hopeful that we'll maximize it.
Thank you very much. Uncle Sam, only 15 seconds. The rest of the
Let me eviscerate what one of my colleagues just said. Switzerland has a population of 8.8 million. They have a GDP of 884 billion. It has nothing to do with the size of the country. Nothing to do with the size of the country. GDP per capita is a clear illumination how the wealth of the country is divided among the population. That is the key. And anybody who did first year economics would understand and know that it is not based upon the population or the size of the country, but rather the output divided by the population. Thank you very much.
No, thank you too, Uncle Sam. Now we'll move on. I'm going to skip you, Mama, and go to Axido. And after Axido, we'll come back to you. Then we'll go to Honorable Gray. Then for this round, Vendetta Patrick will take us home. Then we'll have a free flow. We have to go to the audience and we have to hear them. My brother has to talk to me.
Yeah, Stanton, I've sent 2 screenshots I want you to put up for me. I want to speak to them, please.
But then let me skip you. While we put it on, let me go to Vendetta Patrick. I want to be fair. I didn't put it up. We'll come to you after VP, but then it will be up. VP, talk to us then.
Yes, the assertion that Liberia should not celebrate on grounds that we made history before. The records show we were signatory to the AU, the formation of the AU, United Nations, then League of Nations, ECOWAS, and that as a country, we should not celebrate. I think it's being hypocritical. In line when you achieve, Liberia was on the right track to developing this country to make it one of the best in Africa. Accidentally, groups of kleptocrats hijacked this country, sent us way back to 14 years of civil unrest. They murder people, depleted state resources, displaced millions of people in other parts of the world. We are now beginning to recollect the mistakes of the past to go right back where we used to be before. To say, look, we want to claim again. And somebody is telling us we should not celebrate. Let me be very clear here. Honorable Jackson, just in 2022, you graduated from London School of Economics in your 60s. As an old man, one would presume that at that age, you should have gotten your master way back. But when you graduated from London School of Economics, you were celebrating. I personally celebrated you. Because you know why? Achievement is something that is incredible, no matter the time and circumstances. Once you succeed, people have to celebrate. In the midst of competing challenges all around the world, Liberia is trying to make a case. We succeeded. Look at the United Nations agencies. How many Liberians do you see there? This is a perfect opportunity as a founding member of the United Nations to say, look, we are going there. When we are sitting on the table, we can make a better case for our country, where Liberia will have the opportunity to work in different United Nations agencies, including the African Union. Go to Ethiopia. You hardly found less than 15 Liberians. ECOWAS right here. Then you are telling all we should not celebrate. Papi, I beg to differ. Celebration of an achievement has nothing to do with your previous achievement. There were people who were money people before in this country. They got broke. Today, opportunity came their way. They succeeded. They celebrate. If you don't want to celebrate, we will celebrate. The same way you celebrated. You know, when you achieve at that level, I personally told you, I say, same members of your generation, they refuse to go. But you went there, and today you are very proud. You come here, LSC. But you got it in your sisters. Why didn't you throw it away and say, I will not celebrate because it's undue?
I never said don't celebrate. I said it's not spectacular.
No, you said Liberia should not celebrate.
I said it is not spectacular. I said it is an achievement, but it's not spectacular. I said it is not spectacular.
Thank you, Fendera Patrick. Thank you very much. Acid, let's hear you. We'll go to Mambe. Honorable Gray will take us home. You're muted, Acid.
So sometimes you can put my statement up.
This is a statement we're already going to put up. So let me read it. It's the Joshua statement that you just posted. Yeah, but hold on. Let me read what the former president posted. A statement on Liberia election as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, June 3rd, 2025. Today marks a proud moment for our beloved country. Liberia has secured a seat at the global table as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. I extend heartfelt appreciation to the government of Liberia, led by President Joseph Yuma Boakai, for ensuring that this monumental national aspiration came to a successful conclusion. My sincere thanks also go to ECOWAS, the African Union, and all local and international stakeholders who supported Liberia from the onset and followed through today with a resounding vote. When we began this journey, the goal was clear: to claim Liberia's rightful place on the world stage and advance global peace and security. Now, hold on 1 minute, let me mute you as we're getting the feedback. Thank you. When we began this journey, the goal was clear: to claim Liberia's rightful place on the world stage and advance global peace and security. Now, with this opportunity, we reaffirm our commitment to championing these ideas while advocating tirelessly for Liberia. I call on all Liberians to use this landmark achievement to work in the collective interest of our common patrimony, Liberia. God bless Liberia. George Manoia Senior, former president of the Republic of Liberia. As it.
Yeah, and just put the other little small statement there, please.
Yeah, finish. Go ahead. I'll put it up. I'm uploading that.
So the reason I wanted you to put it up is for our people to put Liberia on their head for once. and see the statement from former President George Weah versus the statement from current President Joseph Boakai. There is one particular piece in that statement from President Boakai. It's on the Executive Mansion website that I want to pinpoint. How do you expect for a nation to heal in unity on a social atmosphere? The only place President Boakai had to recognize past leaders, he talked about people that carried the flag of Liberia on the international stage. He started from Joseph Jenkins Ramos. He went to William Arrow Todmore, and then he went to President Ely Johnson Sirleaf. My people, even if you are so hateful, who wants to believe that George Weah, even taking out of presidency, just even putting as a footballer, if you want to count people that really carry the flag of Liberia on the international stage, you think the name George Weah will not be there at all? Stop, I want you to put it up. This is the statement, people. We stand on the shoulders of giants, including President Joseph Jenkins Ramos, Edwin Barclay, William V.S. Todmore, William Arrow Todmore, and Ely Johnson Sirleaf, who flew the Liberia flag high on the international stage. Stop, you can put it down. My people, think about this. And you expect Seditians and other Liberians not to say anything. President Boakai, I want to tell you this. You are heartless. President Boakai, I want to tell you, you are vindictive. President Boakai, I want to tell you, you are not a national healer. You have hate in your heart. And Seditians, I got good news for you. You have a good leader. If you see two statements, one president congratulating the other president, and the other president going to Joseph Jenkins Ramos, it tells you where we are as a nation. I think it's an embarrassment. It's a shame on President Boakai, who should see himself as an older man besides being a president.
Okay, actually, let's stop you there now. I'm going to stop you there. Let's stick with
I really want to end.
No, you will not end. We'll stick with the issue. We know he's an older man. We know he's an elders. Let's stick with the issue. You can do your.
I put that one in the chat room. Please put it up for me too.
Yeah, you can discuss the issue as to why he jumped over George Mano. Whether he did it or not in his speech, but we're not going to be personal whether he's an older man or younger man. No, we're not doing it. We're not doing it today. Honorable Gray, you take us I beg you, my man. Okay. We will move on. Again, we respect
under
the context. Let's move on. Abula Mambe, let's go, please.
Central, I want you to put the two things I sent in the chat room.
We have to jump over you because I have not uploaded those things yet.
Upload it for me, please.
Yeah. So, Gray, you want to go on, or you want to hear Mambe before you go? Honorable Gray?
I'll be the last. That's what I prefer.
And then Mambe, you got to start speaking while I upload it. Yeah. We're not hearing you, Mambe.
I mean, for me, it doesn't really matter whether I the first or the last.
But can you send it directly to me, Mambe? It's a problem taken from our chat room. Then you can go ahead speaking, please.
Yeah, let me send it to you directly.
No, I get it. That's the stuff that is circled in green, right?
Yeah, both of them.
Okay, all right, I got it. Go ahead.
Firstly, I wanted to make correction to Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, you are right about the state of affairs in DRC. But that state of affairs in DRC even gave DRC the advantage in global politics to sit on the United Nations Security
A war-torn country.
What the Papa on to this?
Yeah, man. You stop looking at him, but let's stop attacking me. Just talk your own.
But I'm talking my own now.
No, but you calling my name. Don't call my name.
Okay, I will not call your name.
Yeah.
Call your own.
I will not call your name. Sorry, uncle.
Thank you. Don't call my name. I beg you.
I will not call your name.
Yeah.
My Liberian people. Because DRC in war, they fighting. It make it even easier for country to say, let the people can sit down on the UN Council seat where we're talking about peace business so that they too can be convinced to go and create peace in their country. We can be talking about peace for DRC and DRC not yet. You get my point? The UN cannot be discussing peace for DRC and DRC sitting in a different place. So let's bring them and put them around the table. So we
what the UN tell you?
I'm
Go ahead.
So it makes it appealing for people to say, let's vote for DRC. Let's bring them on the table. We can be talking about peace for them and the away. So other countries say, yes, let's bring them on the table so they can have a seat for us to talk. The second thing I want to clarify is their veto power. When you go on the United Nations website, it tells you that majority of the decision they take is by consensus and not veto vote. Since the United Nations was established, the number of veto votes is now more than 300. But they have made more than 5,000 different decisions. And they read it there clearly that our decision, the first priority is to build consensus. And veto is only used by the P5 members on issues that directly affect their security interests or economic interests. So most of the time, it's written in black and white. Most of the time, they negotiate, they talk with countries that are seated on that place. Veto is only used seldomly and not all the time. But most of the time, they use consensus. And during those negotiations, country trade. We will not complete this discussion without putting up the statement. And we'll start here to say, stand on, put the first one up. President Weah will recognize. This is the letter from President Weah himself from his office. We appreciate the recognition by Minister Sarah Beslow Nyanti of the enormous contribution by former President Weah toward the maintenance of peace and laying the groundwork for the bid for non-permanent seat. That is George Weah's letter in response to the government when they invited him. The government recognized him. They recognized him and invited him. See a response, sent on pull it up. To credibly proceed their seat and put Liberia on the rightful place on international pedestal, the government must restore its commitment to good governance, protection of political freedom, and the rule of law. Only by addressing these internal issues, consolidating the diplomatic gains, and re-engaging bilateral partners can we present ourselves as a viable candidate. So I don't take it down. He condemned the country and said you cannot go forward until you, in his definition of peace and democracy, you can't go forward. So have we now addressed all the issues that he outlined? Yes, Sandra, please put it up for the last time. These are the conditions he set. He said until you can do the protection of political freedom, the rule of law, commitment to good governance, you cannot go anywhere and make a case for UN seat. So have we now addressed all these issues? That the reason why you're sending congratulations? That's the question for CDC to answer.
Because let me ask you a question, Mame. Can I please ask you a question? Can I please ask you a question, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay. You said President Weah at the time recognized the debate. And what happened is that they sent him this appreciation letter. As the argument was today, after President Joseph Yema Boakai wrote his speech, or whoever wrote it for him, the name President George Manawia is not mentioned, is it? Was it ever mentioned in this address today?
I have not read President Boakai's speech. I'm not responding to ASEDO. I'm telling you what George Weah did from the first day he was invited to join this process. What did he do to Liberia?
You think it led to the government not including him and showing him some appreciation for the work he did?
Let me speak for myself, Stanton.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah. So let me lay my thought. And if it answers your question, that's fine. Here is my thought. The first piece that you put up is President Weah acknowledging that the government has recognized his contribution in his letter. He said, we thank you for acknowledging everything we have done for this seat. Then the government asked him to join us. Then he responded to the government was, you're not doing democratic governance, you're not doing political right, and all the other things, you're not doing it, then you carry yourself to the United Nations to go and make a case for seat. Until you can address these issues, that's President Weah's statement. Until you can address all the issues you listed, pull it up, let me read it word for word. Only by addressing these internal challenges, consolidating democratic gains, re-engaging bilateral and multilateral partners, can Liberia present herself as a viable candidate for Security Council. That is what we are saying it. That is him. So this condition he said, and we told him no, we will present ourselves as a viable candidate and we will win. And we presented ourselves as a viable candidate and we won. The question
my question is based on that. I beg you, man, let's talk to each other now. My question is based on what you are saying. You called George Weah out. You didn't recognize him, right?
And I work for government.
But you said we. You said we presented ourselves.
I mean, the contract, that was not a government issue.
What you said? You said we presented ourselves. We made our case. That I asked you.
But this issue about the United Nations was not a government issue. It was an issue that everybody was supporting.
Do you think the government should have included George Weah in the president appreciation closing?
He rejected it first. I think they should have included him for the second time, the third time, the fourth time, even though he himself rejected it and said,
I think you've been fair. I think you've been fair.
To have recognized him and say, you rejected it, but we're still recognizing you.
I think you've been fair. Thank you very much. Yeah. All right. So let's bring in Honorable Gray.
We presented ourselves as a viable candidate. You presented yourself where? Liberia already a viable candidate, endorsed by ECOWAS, endorsed by AU. What kind of disjointed and disjointed argument is this? We presented ourselves as a viable candidate, though you say you're not coming. But we're already candidate. We are in Congo, DR. A public record. People listening, or children listening out there. I want to tell the people in the market that we're already a candidate. So we did not present ourselves afterwards. And at the same way, your speaker was there already and saying speaker, then he went to election as speaker again. What's sitting speaker? That's the kind of thing people talking here tonight. You sitting speaker, then you go back to election as sitting speaker again. When somebody acknowledge receipt of your communication, immediately tell you, thank you for praising me. They say, I acknowledge receipt of what you said to me. I've seen it. I want to say another receipt. Please put it up so you can see it. There, start on. Put it up.
No, he said we appreciate.
Way back. You are talking about it here. We're not here for children talk tonight.
Yes,
yeah.
That's reading now.
So the office of the former president of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency George Weah, acknowledges receipt of a letter RL-MF.
Go down.
Wait, we'll come down.
I'm gonna get a back transfer now. You talk about
Honorable Gray, you're on the floor. Wait 1 minute, I beg you. Let me read this thing good. I beg you, please. September 19, 2024. The office of the former president of the Republic of Liberia, 2018 through 2024. His Excellency George Manawia acknowledges receipt of a letter. So Honorable Gray, we see acknowledgement there. Signed by Foreign Affairs Honorable Cyril Besler Yanti. We appreciate the recognition by Minister Yanti of the numerous contributions by former President George Manawia, maintaining of peace and security and laying the groundwork for Liberia Bay for the non-permanent seat. Mame.
So that
So acknowledgement is there. We'll go back to Honorable Gray. We'll go back to, but I said, wait, I beg you back. Honorable Gray, you get acknowledgement there. Go ahead, my friend.
I want to go to see, yeah, start on. When somebody, sometimes, you know, when you're speaking, you got to listen to yourself. When you use the word acknowledge, I just wanted to say acknowledge receipt of your communication. That was not said. I just wanted, the records are there. Just go back what they said. Probably that confusion. September is not June. I know September to be the 9th month. June to be the 6th month. That thing you put on at September last year. That June, we're talking about today, without discussing the communication that we're rating September. How do you want to sugarcoat or twist, put a spin? President Boakai made a statement today. Let us not pretend a public statement. On the executive mansion was like, well, ready. He never recognized the former president. He never recognized the former president. For me, it's not an issue. Like as I said, it's being vindictive. But let me close. I don't want to hijack this program because we got to go on. When President Weah says, my sincere thanks. Listen, when you say my sincere thanks also goes to ECOWAS. Okay, it's not the part I wanted to read. But the part where you said, what President Weah said, he appreciated the government and President Boakai. That's standing the high moral grounds. Look, Stanton, I will say this to you today. When you are a leader, you can swallow the bitter pills. When you're the leader, when you're in the driver's seat, this is leadership. That the problem may say that despite some of his disagreement, when you are the president, the sitting president of the country, you swallow the bitter pills. You're not in opposition again. The person that wrote that speech, the earth, that line, they didn't augur where they didn't show a sign of unity. Let be as realistic as we can be. That line from President Boakai. So President Weah said, former President Weah said, I will play the big ball game. I will play the big ball game.
Thank you, Greg.
Appreciate him. I will continue from where we start. And we want to say thank you on the doctrine of continuity. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Akaris. Most great. Thank you. Dr. Bob, let me come to you. We'll go back to Uncle Sam. Is there anything in this speech that actually speak to this government recognizing former President George Manawia? Have you read the speech, Dr. Bob? Dr. Bob, are you with us?
Yeah.
Have you read the speech?
I can go, right, Standard?
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Have you read the speech, sir?
What's the question?
Have you read the president's speech delivered today?
I'm not getting it. It's echoing. I'm sorry.
Okay. Let's see if you can go out and come back in. We've been having some issue today. Let's see if Dr. Richardson. We will be going to the phone line. Then Mama will have to take over again because we'll be discussing the other issue. We're going to take a few calls. Nelson, can you come on? Let's go to the phone line. Let's listen to the people while we use this time to stretch our legs and we give the people a chance to speak. Whatever you are. Yes, sir.
No. I want to say something very important.
Yes, sir.
I don't know you will leave.
Just go ahead and call me on the phone. I know where you go and text me, please.
No, I got to text. I say public to the public and know what I want to say, not beyond the same.
But I'm with now.
General Gray, it's okay. General Gray, it's okay.
Man, bye. Please,
it's
bye.
Okay.
Go ahead, Nelson. General Gray, let's move on by. Nelson, let's go to the phone line.
I can pretend.
The numbers to call.
Great, listen. Sometimes the moderator say, "When I move on, please just accept it." I beg you. I
You have
beg
to
you.
preserve.
I know.
We're not allowed somebody to have to
Mama, great. I beg, great, please.
Let's
You
sometimes
you just gotta pause for a second. Yeah, my man, right.
Great, you're not coming to show to dictate to people. You're not coming to dictate to anybody.
But who said you honor you?
To dictate to anybody. If you don't want to
I will not say honor you. You go to your car, we will
Welcome to the show. Let me progress.
the show.
Great, we got a caller on the line. We got a caller on the line, guys. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from?
Ian Springer, Royal David, calling from Monserrado County.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm overwhelmed today. I'm so happy that Liberia is sitting on the global stage. We call it world stage. You know, since 62 years ago, Liberia has been down since the reign of William V.S. Todman. Today, I think we have to celebrate Liberia rather than who take the victory. Liberia is the one that take the victory. 62 years ago, now we are sitting back on the global stage. I think it's a plus for us Liberians.
Thank you very much. Let me progress very quick. The line is very basic, my friend. Your name and where you joining us from, please?
Hello?
Yes, talk to us real quick. Your name, where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Eddie Collins. I'm joining you from...
Eddie, talk to us, my friend. Liberia wins today.
I just want to, my point is, I don't understand why CDC will not understand that they are opposition party. You do not understand that these people, a United Party, will not give you a credit because you people are oppositions. That's what opposition do. That's what other people come in power. You got just left power. And then you want this man to come and praise you?
Thank you.
You take this to air. It doesn't sound right.
Thank you, my brother. Drive safe, my brother. Drive safe. I can hear the car passing by. My man, be careful about. All right. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, Denton. This is Shelton from Connecticut.
Brother Shelton, talk to us now.
Thank you so much for the show. Stenton, I think this government missed an opportunity again today. After Liberia won the election at the United Nations, it was about time that the president recognize and bring together the opposition, especially the leading opposition leader who started this process, to show unity in the country. Our country is divided. This seat will not provide opportunity for us to be united in our country. It will not provide food on the table of people. But if President Bouaga could take this step to recognize President, we are extend olive branch. It will show a significant improvement in the relationship between the opposition and the ruling establishment, to the extent where the local people will feel the united or stand in our country. But unfortunately, President Bouaga refused to do that, and it's sad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from?
David, my name is Ketamba, calling from Europe.
Talk to us, my brother.
Hi, sir. Honorable President, thank you for taking good care of yourself. Whether you're looking good, you make me proud. Part of government, you're looking good, and inside government, you're looking good. Now, I want to congratulate President George Manawia, the President of the Republic of Liberia, Joseph Boakai, for this historic, also the former President Eli Johnson Sirleaf. It's Liberia who won. It is us Liberian, and want to congratulate the government. Everybody, thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Your name and where you joining us from?
Eric, LaBombe, how you doing?
This is who?
Yeah,
Yeah, what's your name, my friend? Your name, please.
I'm the Princeton D. Bobbing Jim. I'm calling from the state of Iowa.
Talk to us, my friend. Thank you. Talk to us.
The first reason, the major reason that we want this seat today is because of George Manawia conceding to the current president of the Republic of Liberia. It is also because of the Liberians who lost their life during the Civil War. So when the president of the Republic of Liberia was giving his speech today, he should have mentioned the former president
will transition peaceful, democratic, can over continue to his government. Government is continuity. We started the process. It was the past government. So this thing is not about politics. It's about representations on the United Nations Security Council. So I felt so deterred. I felt so embarrassed. I felt so bad that our president is being misled by people who circled around him and giving good advice or advices.
Thank you, my friend.
So having said that, I would love for us to have a united Liberia and push the agenda. President, we are doing well. Let's give him a recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from? Yes, your name and where you joining us from?
Let me tell you, you bring every book of the library and we're now work. You can respond. Let me say everything.
Thank you very much, my friend. It's good that you called in tonight. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Joseph and I'm calling from Connecticut.
Yes, talk to me, my friend.
Yeah, I was really surprised the way you said welcome to the evening. Student with us who took a $3,000 pool.
But leave me by stop, but you get to the issue, right? Yeah. Your name and where you joining us from? Talk to me. Welcome to the show.
My name is Louis McKay.
Yeah, brother McKay, talk to us.
Hey, first of all, I want to say congratulations to Liberia and Liberians, all former presidents, including Charles Taylor or whosoever. Everybody take the glory. Secondly, like we always talk about politicians being corrupt and this and that. I'm asking you to please send your guys from the market with me to the churches. In fact, the churches are the most corrupt people in Liberia. Let us start to unveil corruption from every sector of life. We shouldn't just put it on politicians. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for calling. I will take this last one and we'll go to Nelson. Your name and where you joining us from?
CEO, my name is Joel Smith. I'm calling from Rexham, New Jersey.
Yes, my friend. Talk to us.
I'm a strong supporter of this government. But what the president did today was very wrong. If he recognized Eddie George said it, he should have recognized President George Weah. He should do better next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my friend. Nelson, let's hear you from Liberia.
Okay, 05551010075 is the number to call, and you'll be live. We take our first caller here. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, my name is Ishmael Kamara, and I call you guys from Painesville. You know, the issue is that Liberia actually won, right? Like people are saying Liberia won. But you know, let's do this. You know, gratitude is important in all things that we do in this life, right? But then we have initiated this process. I don't know what we don't want to like say to this president that he erred. Why would you speak to the kind of occasion and fail to recognize the very individual? It was not today that initiated the process.
Thank you.
It was not Manasarif. So he should appreciate this president to ensure that the people can be unified. But this president is not a unifier. It is bad for our country.
Thank you. Let's go to the line and take this caller. Hello.
Good evening. Good evening, and thank you, Nexon, for this great opportunity. Let me say good evening to Waterspoon, the guy from Lexington, and thanks for the opportunity. This is BG playing Israel. Okay. Nelson, you know, it's good that we're going back on top of the tree because we are a founding member of the United Nations, founding member of OEU, now called AU, founding member of ECWA, and founding member of Mara River Union. So it's great. We all celebrate. And the good thing is that, let me quickly suggest, as a student of international relations, the deputy chief scribe comes to foreign policy, who is the foreign minister. Thank you so much, and thanks to the president, who is the chief scribe of foreign policy. But they need to draft the domestic policy so that we can be able to go towards the foreign policy. More to that, as an international student, Nelson, the first thing Jackie would know where is the issue of engagement and negotiation. But I can remember, Nelson, in the 80s, there was a gameplay in Liberia between Ghana and Liberia, and that celebration was called George Weah Open It, and that of James Diba Close It. It's what happened to us today. Glory to God, we all need to celebrate and let the president declare tomorrow as a working holiday so that we all can celebrate as a Liberia and as a Liberian. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. Let's see if we take another person. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, waiting.
Yeah, you are live on the show. Go ahead.
Yeah. I can talk.
Go ahead, sir. You're live. You're live on the show.
Yeah. That's it. Want to give you a contribution towards the show.
Yeah, go ahead. Make your point, sir.
Yeah. I want to say thank you to the panelists online, and I also want to say thank you to the Republic of Liberia for giving us the opportunity to be part of the UN Security Council seat.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're
Matthew?
live. Yeah, go ahead quickly, sir.
My concern is the person who will be heading the United Nations non-permanent seat for Liberia, Louis Brown. Whether will be able to push Liberia bid for the establishment of the Workman Code because needs have been measured in the TRC report. I don't know whether you'll be. That's my concern. Whether he is a same person that will be representing Liberia.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your concern. Hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
How are you?
Yes, sir.
I call you from Broadville. Like,
Yeah, what's on your mind?
I am Mayor Dumbo.
Yeah,
I want to congratulate Mama Liberia and Reverend alive. But Satan have done something that will cause fire for him. This sedition you have brought on the way that bring disgrace to all every time. It can stop.
Thank you.
He heard us, he heard Omer Ali Jackson speaking. And he thought I can't go. Why they can't go to a station, a big station? Why that?
Thank you very much for your input tonight.
But man, at your station here, you buy it, move for your girl chat.
Person. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nelson.
Yes, you are live.
Firstly, I want to say thank you to Stanton for bringing this up. Okay. I will say one thing first. Thanks to Liberia. Okay. The problem with us Liberians is that we still carry hate. We all sat down, we saw that one person started, the other person. Okay, even if the president made a mistake, it's something now we say, okay, that CDC, this is why the Capitol building was burned. CDC, United Party. We are not thinking about Liberia. We are thinking about party. This is the problem. The president was wrong. He was wrong. But let's grow. Let's move from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input tonight. Another person. Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. So we take this person. Hello. Hello. Okay. So we go to this line. You're live. Your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Yeah. Hello. My name is Emmanuel Maragintosh.
Yeah, please go ahead quickly, sir.
Yeah, my issue have to do with.
Okay, so I think you have to change your location. Just listen to your radio and or listen to the phone when you call. Hello. Hello. Okay, so there seems to be an issue here. So this person. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Nelson.
Yes, you are live. Your name and where you call from?
Thank you. I want to say hi to the crew out there. My name is Bila. Sorry, I call you from Philadelphia.
Yeah, go ahead quickly.
You see, I don't sometimes understand Nelson and all of the folks there. Why people always try to bring baseline argument and trivial life issues. This is not the time for who gave recognition or not. If you agree that government should be continuative, or you subject yourself to the continuity aspect of government, well, one person needs that call. And Liberia was appreciated in the presidency. I don't know what's the issue. I think we should be the same. Our being on the permanent scene. What are some of the things that will come to Liberia? Will Liberia be very inserted? These are progressive conversations that we should be carrying.
Thank you.
I understand the city tactics, and we understand people who are opposition will always come with kind of a trivial
Thank you very
argument.
much for your input, Bila. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, please go ahead quickly, sir.
Yes, I call you from Sarah Lower Pont and the money is the next part.
Yeah, let's hear you.
So, bro, that's it. The only way the country will move forward. The two political parties, Unity Party and CDC, that will all of power. Or else they will cause problem. Because the other party, they're sitting, checking on the other party to just see small things so they can run with it. And they will cause problem. For me, I appreciate every one of them. But President Bwaka, he is grandfather, president of the country. By right, he could appreciate the past President George Manawia, former president. People coming out trying to defend the president's speech. For me, I listen. Some of us were not educated to that level, but when I listened to that speech, I knew that problem could come up. And this is where tomorrow morning, when you listen to all our radio stations, they will run with it.
Thank you very much for your input.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's hold you there.
Thank you very much. I'll take the last call because we got to move to the next topic.
Okay, so the last call on the line.
Go
ahead.
My name is Jeremiah P. Sua.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to tell Stanton thank you so much for the effort he made to bring the government to power. And I also want for him to be able to make all effort. Let him not pack social oppositions together and then try to make the to lower a turnout to opposition.
Please hold that corner. Nelson, hold that corner.
Why the government people?
Tell that corner to hold on.
And you have also UP people here you are facing, right?
Nelson, wait. Nelson, tell that corner to hold on. I said, we are making my brother. Yeah. Let me ask the caller a few questions, Nelson. I beg you, this is our last caller. Is that a Bopla and the opposition caller? Nelson, can you ask?
That Bopla has always proved his position as an opposition.
Oh, yeah?
You on our show.
All right, so Nelson.
Besides, that Bopla is one person who in the government.
You gotta pay attention, Nelson. Tell the man to hold on. We're gonna go through the line. This is the last caller. Let him take it one time. That's the problem. You have been considered an opposition to the government. We're gonna hold you right there. Let me ask you: I beg you, is Fubi Harris an opposition? Can you ask him?
Did you get the question?
Yeah. What? Yeah. Please.
Is Fubi Henry an opposition?
No. Fubi is not an opposition, but here is the point.
So is Ambula Mame an opposition?
Is Ambula Mame an opposition?
No.
Is Councillor
not an opposition, but listen, here is my view.
Tell a man to go. Tell a man to go. Tell a man to go.
Councillor Lafia good an opposition.
No, but those people you're talking about, these are people who just you get almost like three persons, almost 4 persons to that play there. Who say in my mind, that is my view, right? As an opposition, yeah, I can agree. They would disturb the country until
Thank you very much, Nelson. Thank you. Guys, we got to move on. Let me say this. It's good to have you calling on. We appreciate you. If you can look at that to Bopla and calling an opposition, I give it on you. I give it on you big time. To be fair. Listen, the problem here is that because we have Akaris Gray and Acid do the city, who should the opposition show? I don't think so. We'll do the Liberian people work. Uncle Pete, we miss your call, Uncle Pete. We hope you can call back. I want to say we're going to be moving on now. We have said our piece. And guys, listen. I'm going to turn the show over to Mame, and Mame going to move the rest of the show. Mame will take the show to closing. Nelson, can you come on? Because Mame will not be able to control the show, but you can control the show from your end. So Nelson, can you please come on back since I'm leaving? Then Mame, you can take the show over, guys. It's been a great show. And again, happy victory to Liberia on the non-permanent seat.
Victory over what?
Guys, you're good now.
Mame, get ready. Mame, get ready. Victory over what?
Guys, wait. I can answer. Yeah, Honorable Gray, if you want to say good, hold on 1 minute. I beg you, all of you, I beg you.
Start on 1 minute.
Yeah, I know Isaac. In the respect of the Mame is taking over. Mambe will be celebrating. Mambe is on to you. As is,
Yeah.
as the
Yeah,
one.
before
No,
you
no,
get
prepared at all.
hold on 1 minute.
Please wait. 1 minute.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Yeah.
1 minute.
I want to say this. I want to
1
say
minute.
this.
I said, let me recognize you before you speak.
As
I said, let me recognize you before you
I will
speak.
never say no Mambe. Good night. Or,
Thank you.
audience,
Thank you,
thank you
Akara.
very much. Good night.
Thank you.
No, Akara. No.
We are moving into the next round of discussion. We had a very good discussion on the United Nations Security Council seat. The next topic, hot trending in Liberia, is about the eviction rate or the risk of eviction from the CDC from the political party's headquarters. This news being trending is more of a trend now when political parties leave office, except Chancellor who managed to secure somewhere for his party. Once they leave power, to maintain political offices become a problem. We saw that with the Unity Party, the struggle left out. Now CDC is in court trying to prevent eviction. Councillor, you follow this story. You've read the read. We've had conversations about it. Today, the landlord that was recognized by the court informed the tenant to leave in 7 days. And if the tenant cannot leave in 7 days, they will go for summary proceeding and issue a writ of eviction. Where do you stand on that? What do you know? What are you hearing? What is the risks over the CDC, or what are their chances to maintain? What are the options available to them?
For me, the discussion has no bearing on the Liberian people. There's nothing we benefit from CDC staying on the property. There is nothing the Liberian people benefit from CDC being removed from the property. Other Liberians are being evicted. Ordinary Liberians are being evicted from properties every day. They are changing from one location to another. So the CDC is no different. I don't mind whether they remain on the property or not. This is a private matter. If they cannot handle it with their landlord, it's up to them. If they remove, they will find another place. Unity Party was removed from Congo Town. They now own Broad Street. ANC was, I think, removed from Fiamma area there. They now do the Oro. So political parties, have been moving from one place to another. So if the CDC can settle the problem, it's up to them. But it has no bearing. It will not add anything the Liberian people pay. It will not create job. It will not nothing it has for me. So I don't have much to say on it. Let them solve the problem the best way they can. They have the landlord, deal with the landlord. It's a landlord-tenant relationship. The landlord has the right to several ties with his tenant in accordance with the law. If you overstay, it will move for summary proceeding to get you out. That's the procedure. If they can buy it, it's up to them. But for me, I don't see it to be any major discussion for Liberian people because it brings no benefit.
Councillor, let me push you back for 30 seconds before I go to Councillor.
Yeah.
This is the major political party in the country seeking political power to provide governance for the people, to solve the people's problem. And you see the relationship they have with their client regarding maintaining political party office, upholding the Supreme Court ruling is non-issue.
Yeah, because the reason why I say it's not issue to Liberian people is a grading job for any Liberian. Secondly, the party is saying they want to pay rent. I say no, I want you buy it at this particular price. The party does not have the money, so where will the party get the money from? Assume they don't have the money. Where do they, where do you think that case will go? So they have to move. They have to move to another property that they can afford, to either lease, rent, or purchase. It's normal.
Uncle
And
Sam,
like I said, many Liberians today, ordinary Liberians are being evicted from their properties. You were just here the other day. We saw a video for people being evicted in what the business said, David open. It's a normal thing. So if you don't pay your rent or the landlord has problem with you and want you to move, you will move. No issue. It will not take anything from CDC. They will just move to another place, find another political party and structure and move there.
Thank you. Uncle Sam, you've been around for long. You've been around for long. You've seen political parties transition from governance to opposition. They're not able to maintain political party office. Even the old big Jewish party, all the resources they gathered for all the years, the political party office was affected during the war, remain the same. But these are institutions that are vying to provide leadership for the country. Whether it is UP coming towards 2017, whether it's the CDC that are facing the situation now. What is the bigger picture you see in this beyond just CDC's eviction?
I think all the political parties are irresponsible. They basically angle for power. They get the power. They misuse the power, enrich a few people in there, and then they leave. And then they don't create an institution. They don't have a think tank. They don't have a feeding program. They don't have an after-school program. They do nothing for the communities. Nothing. Zero. Their only objective is for raw power. And once they achieve that raw power, nothing else matters. In the case of the NPP Mapari, Taylor bought properties with an annual budget of about the most I remember was like $55 million. Bought properties and left properties with the NPP. So clearly, Taylor was much more nationalistic and much more organizational and much more an institutional man than the other political parties. Look at the Chewy Party building on Ashmore Street. How many years will it take you to even bring a private investor to turn that place into an office space where you can be making money to fund your political activities? CDC has been to that one spot since 2005. And that place, the sycamore tree, which is the symbol of the populist philosophy that the people in the CDC carry on their backs. You're going to lose that? You're going to lose that? You have 6 years in power? Second largest political party? You mean you don't have people in the party who are strong financially to be able to approach Mr. Look, this is a private property issue. The court has ruled they must get out. They have plenty of opportunities to buy that place for the last 2005, 20 years, my man. 20 years.
Let me put in something there. The owner of the property around 2021, 2022, even as per the code, when you read the case file, said, buy the property from me, because from all indications since 2016, nobody paying rent to me. But now that the court has ruled, buy the property from me, and that negotiation did not succeed, did not go through until 2024 before they paid the rent. What was driving the resistance to even buy or pay rent?
CDC doesn't have 2 nickels to rub together as an institution now to spend $4.5 million to buy party headquarters. They don't. They missed the opportunity. When you're in power, you have leverage. When you're in power, you can negotiate, but you're out of power. And there's not another political campaign at 2029. Ibrahima Dempster, he needs his property, he needs his money, his private property. Get out. Simple. This one I cannot, and the public should know that I'm not a sedition. I'm not even a reaction. I believe in populism. I believe in the party of the people, and I believe the CDC is the party of the people. So is the NPP, and those 2 parties there, they merge, and they had a coalition, right? But I will not support lawlessness. I will not support people who are irresponsible, people who don't pay their rent, people who don't pay their mortgages, people who don't mow their lawns, people who don't feed their children. I cannot support that.
Phoebe, I sure you've been following the situation.
30 seconds, Mami.
Yeah.
Let me provide information. Uncle Sam talked about the Jewish Party headquarters. The Jewish Party does not have any headquarters on Ashmore Street any longer, called E.J. Robb Bailey. That property is for the government of Liberia. We won that case against the Chewy party in 2018, and the government of Liberia should be in full possession of that property. Supreme Court ruled in the government favor.
I don't have to agree with the ruling. I don't have to agree with the ruling. You give me information, I accept it, but I don't agree with the ruling. I think it's the government uses overbearing power to snatch the two TWP building away from them, and I think it's wrong. That's
Thank you.
It was sold.
That's a different.
It was
that's
sold.
A different
But
topic.
for the government, whether you agree or not, Supreme Court.
It was sold to whom?
That's a different
In fact,
topic.
it was not even sold to the government.
It was
not even sold to the government. It was not even sold. No. Wait.
That's a different topic. That's a different topic.
Okay, no problem.
Let him make the explanation. I think it's good for the public to know that.
It's good. Let's move forward, Uncle Sam and Councillor Gibson. Whether the Chewy party headquarters or not is completely a different story.
It was not sold, but the government had possession.
You've been following this story. You've been following this CDC's headquarters story. The owner of the property, since 2016 to 2023 and the end of 2023, the party did not pay a rent. The party did not enter into lease. He offered to sell. The party refused to buy or did not come back to buy. There's a story behind that. The court have asked them to leave. There are signs of resistance. The organizing rallies, the saying they will not leave. You've been following the story. What do you think is driving currently the CDC's refusal to leave? Is it by law or by arrogance?
No, like Councillor Good said, tenant and landlord relationship. And like Uncle Sam said, you occupy a property for about 20 years. And the case started in 2016 when you are not even taking power. You drag on the case, you got in power. A lot of your guys started to build properties across the country. They were like when you plant corn and go on your farm and see them sprouting in the morning. And the guys that never had FUSA, put it in the Labranco way, rose to power and became morning boys overnight. And the cardinal responsibility of paying your rent, you ignore that. When the case were in court from 2016, before you took power, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24, then you come to 2025, and you stay discussing it. I just gross, irresponsibility on their part. And I think they're supposed to know better. Probably they were taking on being in power for 36 years, like they projected when they just won the election. And because of that, they say, okay, we want to be here forever, so we'll use power to stay on the ground. And you can't do that. When you rent property from somebody, you have to pay a rent. And when the person, you reach to a point to negotiate for a purchase, it's up to you. If you want to buy, fair enough. If you don't want to buy, the rate the person calling is too high, you negotiate. If you cannot negotiate, you vacate. There's nothing big about that. You can't occupy somewhere for 20 years and feel comfortable and refuse to do the needful. And that's sad. A lot of their guys today, they are multimillionaires. McGill built a whole museum for his mother, bought a gold casket for her. All of some of those money you are going to pay their rent. And they are university. You got all the guy named Joseph, also guy on the Polytechnic, all this stuff. All the guys became good. They even built a vocational training school on the compound. If you had intent to start developing the place, why didn't you do the needful? So the guys, they need to do better. And for me, that's just the law, the issue of the law. So let them just go and negotiate. If they cannot find the money to pay the guy, then it's up to them. I can't say much about that, but they had all the opportunity to correct this. From 2005, when the case got in court, They got in power. The president will have called that guy and say, look, man, come, let's sit and let's talk. We know this is it. We owe you some money. You will pay your old rent first, then let's negotiate on the purchase price. And at that point, they could even soften the ground and manage to even get it at even lower rate. But they ignore all of those.
Yeah, closing 30 seconds. Let me come to Dr. Brupler. There's information with
let's go on.
Okay. Dr. Brupler, I mean, just to the point from Phoebe that paying rent, in 2016, they actually paid some rent. After the court ruled in 2016, they met with Dempster, they agreed with him, they paid some money. That was for the years they were sitting there and not paying. They made that payment. But once they won the election, the Court of Communication did not sign lease, did not pay rent for 5 years. So my question to you, Dr. Brupler, what motivated them to go and start developing on a property where they didn't have lease, they pay no rent? What do you think was the motivation?
It's a good question, Mommy, but I honestly have no interest in answering that question. You know, Councilor Gould said something. This is a private property matter. You know, the owners have the property. The CDC is a major party. They will have no problem finding a place to stay. If the owners want their property, they get their property. And the highest court have ruled, and the rulings of the Supreme Court are final. So, yes, it's CDC, and we want to have a conversation. But to me, it doesn't have national value. A better conversation will be, when are we going to start building low-income apartments in counties so people can move from huts to homes? That's, to me, is a more important thing than the CDC move. Other parties have moved, and the CDC will find a place. There's a party of plenty of people and serious people that will have no housing problem. So we move. I want to close with this, though, and Mommy, I will beg to leave after because it's late where I am. But I want to close with this. You know, we have plenty of conversation tonight about what happened in New York regarding the non-permanent seat, and then plenty more conversation about not recognizing the president. Here's what I want to say in closing. The former president is a superstar athlete. In fact, he alone holds the distinction of being Africa Player of the Year, European Player of the Year, and World Player of the Year. No other player in football history has that. So he has a distinction. This president understands team sport better than most people. And here's what happened. When he rose to stardom, almost all the games, guess who came to the microphone? He did. He made the remarks. He was celebrated. He was on the front page of papers. The other players almost all the time were not recognized. But do you think the team didn't celebrate? Of course they celebrated. If you won the game, you celebrate. Liberia got a spot, a place of prominence that we could use to leverage and make some good things happen. What President Barker said J.J. Roberts and didn't say President Weah, to me, is not a big deal. The big deal is Liberia wins. So let Liberia celebrate. And if good things happen because of this, then we all will be in a better place. So let's always focus on the greater good of the majority of the people and the nation. I don't think the president meant to slight the former president. Maybe he had a reason for calling J.J. Rowell. J.J. Rowell not yet before 1961, he had been gone. He called his name too. He didn't call some other people's name. He didn't call Charles Dillon name. Get people. I don't think that's a big deal. The big deal is Liberia has an opportunity, and let's all celebrate and then hope that we can maximize this and leverage it for the greater good. I thank you, sir, and I thank you to all my friends on the show. I'll beg to leave, and God willing, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Dad. Vendela Patrick, you follow the
good night.
Huh?
No, I think good night.
Vendela Patrick, you follow the discussion. The party rates eviction. Nelson, do you have the letter to put up? So we'll read that letter before Remy Gray, who just coming in.
So I quickly. Yes, the court has ruled. Yeah, usually when you occupy somebody's property and you don't pay rent, for some of us who live in the US, and even here you can even negotiate and sit down for some time and say, Papa, I got money. It's tough. But on our side, no way. So I know the severity of not paying rent. But in this situation, I am here sitting and thinking, does that property worth really $4.5 million?
People say it's worth more than that.
No, but we need to have an institution here that will do an estimate of the value. No, let's get this clear. No. This is where I come in. This is where most of us, get into trouble. Forget about the property. Let me backslide a little bit. See, some people just wake up, they build like
No, we're just begging quick. Mame, you tell your guests, and when they be insulting people, you want to block them from the show here. Now your guests, what the police
don't be looking at our comment section. Forget about that place. You don't look there. Anything there is there. Don't pay attention to it, please. That's why
hey, Kanzo, you want to pay attention? Just leave it. The people there, like let people do their own. That how people can express. So just leave them. Yeah. Some people right now, like, it can keep them happy. So if you block them now, you may be leading them to commit suicide. So just leave it. So what I'm saying is, even here, if you look at some homes, somebody just wake up and say, I get 3 bedroom or maybe a 2 room, and 1 bedroom, that $125. Just like that. Some of the places, there are no bathrooms. But they will just wake up and charge anyhow. There's no standard that I'm asking this question because anybody can just wake up, okay, my property, maybe near the beach, I say $1 million. Who sets the price? So because it's a property, you just, go ahead and just estimate the price. I mean, I'm just asking. I don't know whether there are laws to value certain properties. You understand? My understanding is that the Calando Bailey read to the ministerial complex. And he said, I think that 4 million, they want to break it down, they should gain 4 million. So I am here. I mean, in the first place, CDC has to leave. If they can't settle it, they can leave. Because it's very long. Seneca has ruled. If they don't have the money, I don't know whether the guy is willing to go into another negotiation. I don't know. But according to Mame, the message in 7 days, I'm not too sure whether they will leave in 7 days. They are not going to leave in 7 days.
No,
I'm sure negotiation.
That the letter that was written.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whatever the letter says, I'm not too sure whether the CDC will leave in certain days. I mean, in 7 days. But Mame, I want us to really sit, and not just for the CDC headquarters. I've seen people just, I'm selling this property for 700,000, 200,000. So who really? No, but some people just work on like that.
The thing is, if somebody has a property and they told you my property is 5 million, if you can't buy it, you leave it. Another person.
No, but my argument is there must be, I'm sure. That's why I'm asking whether there are laws to just look at certain property and value it and give an estimate, looking at the topography of the area, the property that on the land, and everything, the environment, and you give an estimate. My property is this. My property value this. I don't have a face to fry inside. I'm just concerned whether it is rational or whether it's legal for people to just wake up and say my property value is so and so. Whether they have an agency or law on our books that can value property based on certain instances or whatever. That's what I'm just saying. But in conclusion, you can't pay the rent, you should leave. But see, I mean, Ambulance, here is the thing. It will be a setback for the CDC. That particular area is an ideal area for them. I'm not too sure when they leave from there. Psychologically, the momentum, I do agree, yeah, it happened. There's some that there. Political institutions in this country, when they in power, they have to secure it. This is a lesson for the UP-led government. Right now, you are in power. So you better start buying property. Maybe, who knows, when the variable changes in the future, you might be like this. But I think the CDC, they didn't do a good job. They didn't buy this property. And now it is where it is. I am afraid they lose that place. They go and find another area. It will be very difficult in the momentum with that.
Thank you, Party. Unity Party left from the scene road, Congo Town, and they went on Broad Street and they won election. Political party move all the time. You have options available to you. Buy the property, lease the property, or you leave the place. Those are options available. Colonel Remy Gray, Council, I will come back to you on this property issue because CDC, there's another conversation coming up. I want to ask your opinion on it, then we can close on that. Councilor Remy Gray, I know you followed the issue. The tenant, the last ruling from the Supreme Court were basically saying you are a tenant, and CDC was celebrating, oh, we are legal tenant, we are legal tenant. But the same ruling say you are legal tenant, but it means the legal landlord. Now the legal landlord is telling the legal tenant, pack your things and leave my property in 7 days. What do you think? CDC will leave or they will hold on against the court ruling?
You know, Mommy, good day, everyone. I was in the back there for almost 3 hours, but you know me, I multi-attacks. So, but you know, our problem like press, we don't institutionalize our engagements. People, we quick to call organizations institution, not understanding the implication, attached to being an institution. Look, if this were an institution, that property would have been bought long since before becoming a prime property. Look, you don't have to say I lend my price to this. There are certain variables that make a particular real estate prime. These people have gone and upgraded the real estate. It's not only the land that was there. And then an institution, a political party occupied that space, which made it comparatively very expensive because memories are attached to that particular land now. So that becomes more or less not only the land that they procured many years ago or that they rented many years ago, but it has become part of their memory. As I think it was Mr. Jackson who said that. So when you bought a certain property closer to a school, a church, and this and that, comparatively, you are in a prime location. So the price would be different from somewhere in the back, for instance. So if this were an institution, the first thing they would have done was to say, you know what, this is our knowledge, this is our mind, we have so many romantic attachment to this particular site, let's pay for it. Well, when the issue came up, somebody said, I can pay for it, but it got to be in my son's name. So you see that how we think. As Liberians, that's why when people are wrestling over who come into power, those people are coming to think about their and their generation, their children. They're not going to think about the common man. The common man has romantic attachment to that particular real estate. What they would have done as a political organization was to come together and say, look, how much it will cost us if we just spend 2 or 3 million? Now, if the seller knows that you have attachment to there, you don't want to discharge, right away that raises the value. The asking price would be more. Don't forget, I used to be a real estate man. The asking price would be more. So it's left for you to accept or reject. It's an offer. You can counter offer. You can say, look, we can't get you 4 million. We've been here, we put some, we upgraded the land. Now we have institutions, maybe I think they were talking about a school or some technical school that is there. I'm not seeing the land in recent time. But all of those kinds of memories should have made you to go on the negotiating table. But somebody said it rightly. You know, people are ready to use power. In their missive, they believe that they're not going to lose power, just as power slick out of their hand. So they can continue to linger, use that big man, audacity to take advantage of the common man. But power changed. Who are they now? But this is to serve as a clear, a clear example of what will happen to you when you have the opportunity and don't make use of it. But all of this fly-by-night political organization calling themselves institution, this is a test that some of them are not institutionalized. Somebody could offer one of their ill-gotten wealth or property and say, look, let's send this to be CDC headquarters. It could be Sir Joseph, it could be Fala, it could be anybody. But they're not going to do it because they don't think like an institution. They think as individuals who are in there to get their pocket lined up. And this has come to an end. So who's going to make that sacrifice? George Weah? George Weah in his capacity as Senate Bear has never taken money out of his pocket and say, I'm building a headquarters for my political party. No, he has never, because he doesn't have that mindset. He's in there to take, not for somebody to take from him. So, this is over. Let them go and find another ground. Let them have another penny day rally. They can buy prime property.
So we can.
By the way, Council, don't look at that. Just go to our chat room, make it to be your default. I don't look over there because we get crossed a lot, my brother. Welcome.
Yeah, Council, don't be looking.
I'll be here longer. I can tell you.
No.
I'm lawyer here. Further insult. You lawyer.
I like the way. No. I like the way I stared it off. I like the way I stared it off. But no, the thing about it is that it is good for us ourselves to tell our viewers that the platform should not be used for insults. That's
man, LeBron will insult you all day long for political business.
But
let's close.
You say you wanted to ask me some questions.
Yeah, I wanted to ask questions. You can answer that in your closing, and then we'll just do the final round for closing, and then we can leave. So, but answer this question while you're doing your closing. We're not doing another round. We're coming to close, but answer this question. CDC is arguing that Dempster, yes, the Supreme Court say you the owner, but somebody is also saying they are the owner. So on that basis, they are saying until that court case is settled between Dempster and that person, they can leave.
Now, so here's the thing. It depends on what kind of action is in the court. And it also depends because the Dempster case of 2016 is an opinion of the Supreme Court. So Dempster has the property as far as the law is concerned because the Supreme Court has ruled in Dempster's favor. But here is the thing. I don't know what kind of an action lies in the court as we speak. I don't know what kind of an order has been issued. And I don't know if there's any order has been issued. I don't know which court issued that order because the only court that can put a stay to the enforcement of the judgment of the court, of the Supreme Court, will be the court itself. And most time when you feel, because the court can rule and say the lower court should resume jurisdiction and execute the mandate of the Supreme Court, enforce the judgment. Now, I don't know to what stage it is, because if there was a ruling in 2016 for Dempster, I know that ruling will also talk about paying, unpaid rent, settling on the unpaid rent, and asking the party to be evicted, allowing the party to be evicted, and the party should also pay the unpaid rent.
So where we are is it's a bit tricky, and that's why I sometimes say, okay, if the second case that is on is before the Supreme Court, or maybe there's an order from the court to say whatever eviction order that was issued, put hold to it, right? Until we settle this matter. The best thing would be for the CDC to pay that money into escrow. If they have the money, the 4.5 million, they want to pay it, but they are confused as to who to pay it to. The best thing will put it into escrow. You put it into escrow when that order from the court is being vacated and the actual owner is identified, is determined by the court, the money can go to the owner.
But
and, you know, that is
25 minutes. Take your time.
yeah.
But Councillor, we
Yeah.
can close. There is no dispute between the established on the ownership.
So that's what I'm saying. So if there's no dispute, at all, then Dempster will proceed to ensure that the judgment is enforced. Because I don't know what type of summary proceeding. That's what I said. If the court rule, normally the court will rule and say the property is for this person and this other person should be evicted, and that all unpaid rent will be paid. Now, if I'm supposed to evict you and you are supposed to pay me unpaid rent, and you came to me and you say, look, I got your rent to pay. Here's your rent, but I won't remain here. I say, okay, pay my rent. You pay my rent to me. I still have the option to evict you. I don't need to go to court to issue any new order or summary proceeding, because I have already completed my case against you for you to be evicted. I will only move to the court for the court to enforce the judgment against you to be evicted.
Thank you.
So those are the technical things. Yeah. So those are the technical things that involve in this particular matter. I don't have all the case files. I don't know what the second case is, but as far as I know, in the case with that we all know, 2016, the owner of the property is this person, and the tenant is this party. The owner of the property say, buy my property at this amount, and the party is saying, well, okay, I want to buy it, but I haven't reason to believe that somebody else say the property for them. Well, it's on your own. You go to that person. But the owner that the law has established by the Supreme Court opinion is this person. So and that person will deal with you if you fail to pay and selling the money that they are calling for.
If that constitutes your closing, we'll move to Uncle Sam.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me say thanks again to everyone tonight. Let me say thanks to our viewers. We just stir them up. We're not block anybody. We just try to put some discipline in place. But we are I'm a politician. I've been insulted. I ran for office, insulted many times. So I know I'm a lawyer again. So there's no issue. So thank you very much, Mambe. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you, Phoebe Henry. Thank you, Conor Gray, and my brother Nelson. Thanks for the show.
Council, those same people, the world they will hug you when they see you out there.
We can see.
I
know most.
The same people who the world will hug you. It just action. That don't make sense.
I know most of them. No, I don't take offense against anybody.
Let Uncle Sam come in. After Uncle Sam, I will speak them, Phoebe, then from there, Conor Remy Gray.
Look, I just want to get something clear, LeBron public. I really appreciate the effort and the public relations stance that Sarah Besto-Yanti took in with this whole non-permanent seat. And she did extremely well. And I want to thank her. What I have a problem with is the surrogates, the mobs of the Unity Party. They want to project to Mawata them and Ma Mary them and Ma Kinney, if she were alive, the woman that so lapa and fufu to send me to school, to say that getting a non-permanent membership on the Security Council is something spectacular. And let me tell you what's spectacular about Ma Mary and Mawata. It's something so big that no other country can do it. That Liberia did it, and Liberia beat simple. It's just like winning World Cup or winning African Cup of Nation or even winning County League. It's not that. What this non-permanent membership does for Liberia, it gives Liberia an opportunity to get to a place where they can make a case for Africa, for global peace and other things. And like I said, I gave an example. If this thing was about countries that are peaceful, have a strong role in global politics and what have you, but DRC is a very poor country, despite the fact that they have $71 billion in GDP output. But any economist or anybody who read economics 101 will tell you that GDP output means nothing. What matters is how that wealth is spread to the people. In Liberia, in the 60s, we had an extremely high GDP, and we had a very high GDP per capita. But let me speak to my people who know economics. The Gini coefficient, which is the measure of inequality, and the Palmer ratio, which is the manifestation of the kind of the people in the top 20% versus the income in the bottom 40%, was atrocious. In the DRC, with trillions and trillions of dollars in assets and $71 billion every year in output, $671 GDP, $671 in GDP, just about $2 a day in a recent rich country. And then you're fighting a war that in January of this year, okay, they took over a provincial capital, and the international community is accusing Rwanda and South Africa and other countries of interfering. And this country gets to be put on the Security Council. One of my colleagues said, because they're in war, the Security Council wants to help them. But why Security Council didn't put us when Sawyer was in power, or Ruth Perry was in power? Why they didn't put us in the Security Council? Because we're a poor country fighting a war. And they would have used that excuse to give us access to the Security Council to help us. What I'm saying to the end is, I beg my Liberian people, let us celebrate, but let us celebrate with a degree. Let me measure in our celebration. And by the way, Remy Gray are coming to Brooklyn Park this weekend. I'll be there Friday. Saturday, Sunday. My boy Josepha Rogers said he's bringing me on the field where you can take your big belly every Saturday and be drinking all your liquor. So I come in there. I don't drink cheap liquor. Let me tell you today. So I come in there Saturday. You better buy something good for me to come. But it don't have to be expo.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you,
So
Uncle
I
Sam.
love you guys, and I see you later, man. Okay.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Fubi, let me just say something. Then Fubi will say. Then Conan Ramigre on the CDC's headquarters cancel the case that they're referring to. Say another case in court. That case was filed in 2021, 2022. So my question is, if you know that this case is a legit case, because it's a case they wanted to get added to, if you knew that this case is a legit case in 2022,
then why did they pay?
Why did you pay in 2024 for 300,000? Right? If you knew the case is a legit case and you doubtful about the ownership, why did you pay your arrears for 5 years? Why in 2024 did you pay 300,000? So after paying the 300,000, when the man said, "Okay, you pay my money now, leave," then you go back and say, "Oh no, you get case in court." That's why the judge in the ruling say everything you're doing is that you cannot wait to delay the process, and on that basis they fine your lawyer. That's why they find CDC lawyer, because they know they're just playing around. On the United Nations, on the United Nations Security Council, brother, who can hide it, political parties, political actors are trying to find a way how they can come around this victory. And from the beginning, as you saw in the communication from Sarah Beslow Nyati to President Weah, and President Weah responded, he said he appreciates the fact that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs acknowledged his contribution. So he was acknowledged of his setting the foundation. But he went down further to slap the country in the face. that you must be able to address your internal issues before you go to United Nations to go for seat. He said that. He made mockery of the request to join, and everybody was on Facebook making mockery of it. The country went to the process. We won the seat. Then you say, you got to tell me thank you. But yes, you deserve thank you. They invited you with a seat. Come, let's join to do this thing. You refuse and even question the rationale behind going. And you say, until we can address internal issue, you can't go to UN to go argue. We went there, we won. And then you come back and say, why you didn't recognize me? If I were President Bouaka, if I were advising him, I would have recognized him the same way I did in the first letter to him and reminding him that when I recognized you the first time, you slapped me in my face.
No,
I'm recognizing you this
no,
time.
no,
Go ahead.
no.
That what I would have done.
That would have been what? No, you can't do that. I mean, that would not be that would not be
Instead of not, I will
Even-
recognize you. I will recognize your
no. But yeah, even if you recognize, you can go back and say, "Oh, I recognize you first," and you know you do this. The best thing to do is to say, "The recognize the person and move on." If you want to recognize, if you don't want to recognize, move on. Look, let me tell you something, Mame. Let me tell you something, Mame.
We gotta go to Phoebe. We gotta go to Phoebe. Then
But Phoebe raising an issue. Phoebe,
but at time, cancel.
Let me tell you, Mame, right?
People are listening, I'm raising issues.
Cancel that time. Cancel, I beg you.
But Mame, Phoebe, give me 30 seconds. Let me learn on the Chewy party issue. I beg you, so
Okay,
I can go.
please, 30
Yes.
seconds. We gotta go.
Yes. The Chewy party, your party, your former party.
I didn't
Your
want to
party. Yeah. The Chewy party had a building and they were collecting money from Silver 7 during the time of the Chewy party. I think some 2 cents or 2 cents every month. Silver 7 were paying towards that building. So when Doe came, when the PRC took over, they seized some properties, and later on they returned some to the owners. But the Jewish party, the PRC said they would not turn the Jewish party over because it was public money that was used to purchase the end to build that building. So they took it. After the war, everything, it was in the government hand. When the war came, the Jewish party moved in the building and gave it and leased it out to people. So the government honored Malaseli, raised the issue, took them to court for that building, and then they begged the government and said that, okay, we agree this property is not our property any longer, but we have give some other people, so we want you to give us some money so we can clear some of the people that we have on the property. That's how I think the amount of 225,000 was paid to the leadership of the Chewy party, and they wrote the communication turning the document over to the property over to the government of Liberia. Still, the guys wanted to move on the property. They took us to court, and that's how the government won the case in 2018, and that property is now for the government of Liberia. Then they took us from here to the ECOWAS code. They took us from here to the ECOWAS code again. And the ECOWAS code, the same thing. We won them at the ECOWAS code on the same argument. So the government owned that building. They went again, they filed another action again to the ECOWAS code, I think for judgment review or so. And that's why I think still pending. But to the extent from Liberia side, the government owns the EJ building. That's just the information we provide. Thank you.
Good
Okay, guys.
Phoebe, you can conclude. Conrad will conclude, and then Nelson will take over. I mean, let's be brief to the extent.
Yeah, there was a good show, and I just want to let everybody know. I see people talking about the president should have recognized, the president should not have recognized, the president did wrong, the president. This is politics. This is nothing about spiritual matter. So, as a politician, there are different ways you can use to neutralize your opponent. So it's not a straight jacket rules game that you say this is the set rule. So if the president feels that recognizing the efforts of former President Weah will honor his leadership, and if he feels that by not recognizing it will also thin the character of we are, it's up to him. I have free will. He's not under obligation to recognize the efforts. It's a good thing if he does, but he's not under obligation to do it. The people gotta understand that this is hardcore politics and just play by it and move on. And Pokey, she start talking about reconciliation in that country. Politics, nobody reconcile based on politics. So no one gets to power and wants their opposition to do well. No one gets to power and wish to bring their enemy closer to them. They knowing that we'll go into a fierce election in few more years. Nobody does that. So you start talking about reconcile the country, unity in the country. There will be no unity in that country when it comes to politics. The only thing you should focus on or push each any government that gets to power, let the government create the enabling environment so that you are not playing active role in politics, you'll be able to take care of you and your family. That's what you should be pushing for, and not be worrying about who coming to reconcile, who not coming to reconcile. There will be no reconciliation because the fact that somebody gets into office and the first thing you at the way and pleasure, you have to remove almost all those that were sitting down that were appointed by the other person and put their own people there. The people that are moving from office are not happy. Their families will not be happy. Because my brother was once minister, now my brother is not minister. You don't want to be happy with that government and take your brother from that. My wife was one day, my wife is no more. My uncle that paid my school fee as a minister, the just new government took over and moving my school fee cannot be paid. Are you going to be happy with that new government? No. So let's leave that other issue. Just focus on push our government and build a private sector so that regardless of who gets in office, you can still live a decent life and take care of your family if you don't want to be actively involved into politics. But hardcore politics will always play, and there's nothing you can do about it. And crying for the country to be reconciled is a waste of time. Just push your government, hold them accountable, whatever way you can, so that you can live a decent life, whether you are party in leadership or your party not in leadership. So CDC and Elena will solve that issue. So why I got to say what I already said. You know, there's another pending issue noise about the whole labor minister, you know, and work permit, giving our work permit to alien. What they I wonder if Darrell's now. I want to
we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll talk about it because it's just funny, you know. People that are wishing for expatriation job. Then you talking about giving our job to foreigner. What do you call foreigner? When you got opportunity to work out of the country, you're not working out of the country. So other people got opportunity to work in the country. Talking about foreigner, you're giving you a job to foreigner.
They are restricted job for expatriate, my brother. But we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you know, my brother, we as a country, we need to somehow limit our focus on the next election and, you know, organize what we have on hand as our strength. Right now, most people, especially the party that left power just not just few years ago, the entire focus is about winning the next election. So when it's good, they claim a piece of that pie. When it's bad, you know, they mock, they chant, because it makes the other party to look bad. Now, this situation is something that we're just supposed to just jubilate, be happy that Liberia got a place on the world stage, as most of the callers said. But you see, if President Baka and his team take the glory now, it'll make CDC probably one step away from power 2029. So everything that has to do with glorification, they will hang on that jacket. But if this were to fail, would have come back and probably the other guy would have said, well, I told you so, that we needed to take our internal affairs, as reverence before even going to go put ourselves in a ballot. But it turns out that Liberia won. And this idea that, everything that happens today should be praised to the administration of the past. When we said government is continuity, some people say no, because our politics in Liberia is about recognizing people and not the country. And that's how most people come to power. That's why you see people say my project, whereby it's supposed to be the Republic of Liberia's project. And until we stay away from that kinds of stuff, there will always be this hurry and pulling, fighting. Most people don't want to hear Liberia making progress. They want to say their president, their political party, their political leader made progress. Then it will give them opportunity to come closer to power. And we have to stop that. Look, in this country, you don't even know the party that is in power because they go for national, programs, not individual. People will not manufacture bucket or buy a bunch of bucket and put their picture there. Let 14th century people still think prematurely. And I'm like to end, you can go to Stanford Bridge, and want to move Chelsea from there. Look, those people will give their life saving to say this real estate. I'm talking about Chelsea headquarters, I think is there.
They will put money together and buy it.
My brother, that's institution. Because you know what? Lots of memory there. But the leader, the head of the CDC came up and said, I can buy the place while putting my son's name.
Correct.
An entire political party also gave you recognition. Why not pay if you have the ability to? You understand? You call for rally, people came there with it. As poor as they are, but some did not even benefit. But they put their money because they love their party. Look, I wouldn't like to see CDC losing their headquarters because when I pass by, the first thing that comes to mind, this is CDC headquarters. That's institutional memory. And that part also defines our political way of life. If you move CDC from there now, it's like our democracy is upside down somehow. So I would not love to say so, but if I can feel for them, they who have share in it, memory share, institutional share, you pay your money. Let's come together with Raleigh and talk to this guy, not to use power. Sometimes power will not help. That's why when some of us were in the military, we always think tomorrow you will not be a soldier. And you want to pass the street with peace and and tranquility. But we don't think that way, Hopefully these guys will go back and try to see if they can rally, do their penny rally as they always do, and talk, sit on the table with Dempster, Ibrahima, and talk with him and say, my brother, let's give you this, and then we'll try to see whether we want to save our memory. You can't take it away from us. Help us.
Thank you, Connor. So it was good to be on the show today. Viewers via Facebook, YouTube, radio, thank you for joining us. We had a very fruitful discussion talking about United Nations Security Council, talking about the history of political parties acquiring power, and then forgetting about building institutions and building around individuals. Tomorrow it will be hot. News are coming up about labor issues. News are coming up about Moreover City Cooperation. There's something new about what is happening at the MCC. One group is saying the city mayor is working to clean up the system. Another group is saying, no, the city mayor is part of this. Except that when the investigation was coming, he decided to show good face and they want to speak. They want to talk out. They are saying it was a syndicate that the mayor himself was part of. And they can provide evidence that he was part of the syndicate. Whether it is true, whether it is lie, we'll present the discussion tomorrow and you can have your say. It's good to be here. Thank you, Nelson. You can take over.
So, Mama, get 30 seconds. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, so CDC can raise that money. How many votes they got? 700,000. So each person can pay nothing less than $4. And they can raise that money and pay that thing. They 1 million men march before. So 1 million person paying $4 each. They can raise that money. So let them go do that dollar rally.
Okay, man. Good to be here tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye-bye.
Wow, I've been muted. But I want to say thanks to the entire team. It's been a great show here today. Thanks to all of you for following Spoon Talk tonight. This is where you get the news, the analysis, the pieces of information that brings you up to speed with the happenings in the country. And I want to say thanks to everyone for always making up time to be here with us on Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of the radio stations across the country that are always relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Seklipi, Niba County, and all the other radio stations relaying the program. We also want to say thanks to the uh, the folks online, the many of you coming on across our different social media handles, watching the program. We appreciate you, whether on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, or Super TV. We appreciate you. Thanks to our YouTube audience as well, the folks on Spoon Talk Live on YouTube. We appreciate you as well for being here tonight. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow. It's going to be another great show, as always. And you can always make up time to join us. But just before I go, let me recognize a few of you joining us here tonight. We appreciate Mr. Philip Bala. Philip Bala, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you for always being here. And I see Ruth Koba, my Ruth. Thank you for being on tonight. Johnson, we appreciate you, Mr. Johnson, for being on tonight. I also want to appreciate. I also want to say, let me recognize Jefferson Coleman, Bishop Davies, Per Kimber, Madam Kimber. Thank you for joining us tonight. I see Flomo David, Jorazin we are. Thank you for joining us tonight. And the many of you coming on, I see it's now it's moving faster. Yes, let me see. I see Alfonso Nice Man. Avis, thank you for coming on as well. We appreciate you for being on tonight. Thanks to the many of you who always share the program. So many of you will share the show. You come on, and you make sure you share the program across your different social media handles. We appreciate all of you for that as well. For being a part of this journey, making sure that Liberians can get to know what's happening in the country, and that irrespective of where the folks are, they can always connect with Liberia, always connect on this platform on Spoon. We appreciate all of you for always, always, always doing that. And let me send a special greeting from uh, David Wokolo, my dear brother. He's a special greeting he's sending out to his son, Mark Wokolo. He's going to be graduating from the Academy Park High School in Pennsylvania, and your dad is wishing you all the best, and he's sending a special greeting to you tonight. And I want to say congratulations to you, young man, as you walk out the walls of high school. This is your Mark Wokolo. Congratulations to you. And to all of you out there celebrating birthdays today, I want to say happy birthday to you. And of course, keep following Spoon. We appreciate all of you on here. And thanks a lot. Ruth Gobat, Lavette Bono, my dear sister, thank you for joining us tonight. Victor Morba, I see Jacob Silly, Adama Boakai Sharif, I see Josh Morris Jr. He says, I don't call his, his middle name, but thank you for joining us. You are the only Josh Morris Jr. on here tonight. But we appreciate all of you for being on. We're going to be back tomorrow. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio. You can make up time to join us. Again, I would like to announce that we don't have late night show tonight. There has been some adjustment within the time now. I see a lot of you keep reaching out. So the late night show now comes on on Fridays and Saturdays. That's when the late night show comes on. That's when the show comes on. So you can make up time to join us here on Spoon on Fridays and Saturdays. That's when we're going to be bringing you the late night show. But the crew, have their stuff going on. You can always find them. But yes, the late night show is Fridays and Saturdays now. And I want to say thanks to all of you, ardent followers of the show. You can always find us here on Fridays and Saturdays. And it's going to be even great as we bring you the show now twice a week. So thanks to all of you. Till we come back. My name is Nelson Colette. Have a good night. And bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. It's been a while. The CEO stand coming with the spoon. And your boy right at the south.